The mission scroll was insulting. Anko Mitarashi held it between two fingers like a dead rat, reading the brushstrokes for the third time while the Hokage watched her from behind his desk. The office smelled like pipe smoke and old wood, and the kind of quiet patience that made her want to put her fist through something. "Surveillance," she said flatly. "Observation," Hiruzen corrected, as if the word choice mattered. "Of a 12-year-old. Of a newly minted genin who, 4 days ago, learned a forbidden technique from a stolen scroll, defeated a Chunin traitor, and demonstrated the ability to produce over 1,000 shadow clones." The Hokage took a long pull from his pipe. "I'd hardly call that ordinary." Anko tossed the scroll onto his desk. It rolled to a stop against a stack of mission reports. "So send Anbu, send one of your little masked puppets." "Why me?" "Because Anbu makes him nervous. He can sense them, not consistently, not reliably, but enough that their presence agitates him. I need someone who can observe without creating additional stress on an already strained child. And I'm the picture of calm and nurturing." Something shifted in the old man's eyes. Not quite amusement, something sadder. "You understand what it's like to carry a mark you didn't ask for, Anko. You understand what the village suspicion feels like from the inside. I'm not asking you to be his friend. I'm asking you to watch him and tell me what you see. Honestly. Not what the council wants to hear, not what the Civilian Advisory Board has already decided, what you actually see." That landed differently than she expected, and she hated that it did. She snatched the scroll back off the desk. 2 weeks. Then I'm done babysitting and you give me a real mission." "Agreed." She was out the window before he finished the word, because doors were for people who followed rules, and the Hokage's door specifically was for people who wanted to be seen entering and leaving his office. Anko preferred not to advertise. The first day was boring enough to make her consider defection as a lifestyle choice. Uzumaki Naruto's routine was, in a word, pathetic. He woke up late in an apartment that looked like a disaster zone. She could see through the window from the rooftop across the street. Milk cartons on the counter that were definitely expired. Clothes on the floor in geological layers. A single wilting plant on the windowsill that she suspected was already dead, but nobody had told it yet. He ate instant ramen for breakfast. Not even the good kind. The cheapest brand, the one that came in a brick and tasted like salted cardboard. She watched him slurp it standing up at the kitchen counter, staring out the window at nothing in particular, and for a moment before he put on his jacket and his grin, his face was something else entirely. Quiet, hollow around the edges. The face of a kid who'd been alone so long, he'd forgotten that mornings were supposed to involve another voice. Then the jacket went on, that kill-me-orange monstrosity. And the grin snapped into place like a mask being fastened, and he was out the door, loud and bouncing and filling the silence with enough noise for 3 people. She followed him to the academy, where he was apparently attending his last few sessions before team assignments. He sat in the back row. He shouted answers without raising his hand, usually wrong, sometimes almost right in ways that suggested he'd understood the concept but not the details. He tried to talk to Haruno Sakura, who ignored him. He tried to provoke Uchiha Sasuke, who ignored him differently, with a coldness that had edges. He ate lunch alone on the swing outside while the other kids clustered in groups, and he pretended he'd chosen to sit there, and Anko had to look away for a second because the casual practiced ease of that particular lie was a little too familiar. Afternoon. He went to a training ground, not the good ones near the Jonin district, but training ground 44 Ugly Little Cousin, a patch of scarred earth near the eastern wall that nobody used because the equipment was broken and the terrain was crap. He made shadow clones. Dozens of them, popping into existence with a confidence that was almost jarring given how sloppy everything else was. His clone technique was genuinely exceptional, she'd give him that. But what he did with the clones was the equivalent of using a legendary sword to cut bread. He had them charge at each other. No strategy, no formation, no thought to positioning. Just a screaming orange wave crashing into another screaming orange wave, with occasional breaks to practice kunai throwing at a log. His accuracy was abysmal. His stance was wrong, feet too wide, elbow dropping on the release. Someone had either taught him badly or never corrected him at all, and given what she'd seen of the academy instructor's attitudes toward him, she was betting on option 2, but he kept going. That was the thing. He kept going. Throw, miss. Throw, miss. Throw, graze the edge. Throw, miss. Adjust something, the wrong thing, but something, and throw again. His fingers were raw. She could see the red from her perch in the trees 40 meters away. He'd torn up his fingertips on the grip, and either didn't notice or didn't care. And when the light started failing, he switched to taijutsu forms that were academy basic at best, running through them with a seriousness that was almost heartbreaking given how bad they were. He was working harder than any genin she'd ever seen. He was also working stupider than any genin she'd ever seen. The effort was real. The direction was non-existent. It was like watching someone try to dig to water with a spoon, pure determination, zero engineering. The sun dropped behind the Hokage monument. Naruto stopped, breathing hard, sweat soaking through that ridiculous jacket. He looked up at the stone faces carved into the mountain. She followed his gaze to the fourth's face. His expression went complicated in a way she couldn't fully raid: admiration, longing, something fierce and hungry and private. He went home. He showered. He changed into civilian clothes, a plain black shirt that was too big for him, probably bought cheap, and went to Ikaraku Ramen at 9:15, when the streets were mostly empty and the dinner crowds were long gone. The old man behind the counter, Tuchai, greeted him like a returning hero. The girl, Iame, had a bowl waiting before Naruto's backside hit the stool. They'd been expecting him. This was routine. The kid timed his meals to avoid the looks and the whispers, and these 2 ramen vendors were the closest thing to a warm welcome he had in the entire village. Anko watched from a rooftop across the street, cross-legged on the tiles, chin in her hand. The evening air smelled like cooking broth and old rain. Naruto ate 3 bowls with a dedication that bordered on religious, chattering at Tuchai about his day, embellished, exaggerated, full of lies about how great training went, and how he was definitely going to be on the best team, and how everyone was going to see how awesome he was soon. Believe it. Tuchai nodded and smiled and refilled the bowl, and didn't once point out that the kid's hands were wrapped in clumsy bandages because he'd torn his own skin open training alone. Something cracked in Anko's chest. Quietly. Like a hairline fracture in old porcelain. Not loud enough to notice, unless you were paying attention. And Anko had spent most of her life not paying attention to the fragile things inside her, because fragile things in her line of work got you killed. She dropped off the roof, landing silently in the alley behind the ramen stand. Pulled her trench coat tighter. Thought about the surveillance report she was supposed to write. Subject exhibits consistent training habits. Physical condition adequate. Emotional state stable. Lies. Clean, professional lies that would satisfy the file and tell the Hokage exactly nothing useful. She went home and didn't write the report that night, day 2. Same routine, mostly, but she watched closer this time, and closer made it worse. The academy session included a taijutsu review, and the instructor, not Iruka, some other chunin whose name she didn't care about, paired Naruto against a civilian-born kid for sparring practice. The civilian kid was stiff with obvious fear, not of Naruto's skill but of Naruto, and the instructor didn't address it. Didn't say a word. Just watched with that particular expression she recognized from her own childhood, the quiet, deniable cruelty of neglect disguised as neutrality. Naruto noticed the fear. She could tell because his movements got bigger and clumsier and louder, playing up the idiot angle, tripping over his own feet, making the other kid laugh instead of flinch. He threw the match on purpose. Fell on his face dramatically, hamming it up, and the class laughed, and the instructor shook his head with that what-can-you-do expression, and Naruto laughed loudest of all. He threw the match so a scared kid wouldn't be scared anymore. He was 12 years old and already better at reading people than half the Jonin she knew. Afternoon. Same training ground. Same brutal, directionless effort. Today he was working on the clone technique, real clones, not shadow clones, trying to get the basic one right. His chakra control was atrocious. The clones came out pale and deflated, dragging themselves across the ground like half-dead things. He knew the shadow clone technique, which was an A-rank forbidden technique, but he couldn't manage a basic clone because nobody had ever taken the time to explain to him why it wasn't working. His reserves were too large. The basic clone required a tiny, precise amount of chakra, and asking Naruto to use a tiny, precise amount of chakra was like asking a river to fill a teacup. He should have been told this years ago. Any competent instructor would have diagnosed the problem in 10 minutes and either adjusted the curriculum or taught him an alternative. Instead, they'd just failed him. 3 times. Let him walk into the exam knowing he'd fail. Let him fail, and sent him home to his empty apartment to figure out what was wrong with him by himself. She was grinding her teeth. She made herself stop. Day 3. She followed him to the training ground early, before the academy session. He'd started going at dawn now. She didn't know if that was new or if she'd just missed it before. The sun was barely up, mist curling through the trees, and there was Uzumaki Naruto doing push-ups on raw-knuckled hands with a concentration that made him look 10 years older. She watched him move into kunai practice. Same bad stance, same dropped elbow, same wrong grip. He'd been practicing the mistake so long it was fossilized into muscle memory, and every rep was making it worse. Her fingers itched. The kunai left his hand, flew wide, embedded itself in the dirt 2 feet left of the target. Her fingers really itched. He sat up again. Drew back his arm. Elbow dropping, wrist angled wrong, weight on the wrong foot. The kunai she threw passed close enough to his ear that it parted his hair. It hit the target dead center with a sound like a fist striking a table, buried to the ring, still quivering when Naruto spun around with a yelp and a wild-eyed look that was, she had to admit, appropriately alarmed for someone who just had a blade whisper past his skull. Anko dropped from the tree line, landing in a crouch that straightened into a slouch. She had her hands in her coat pockets and a dango stick between her teeth. Breakfast of champions. And she looked at the kunai in the target, and then at Naruto with the kind of critical assessment she usually reserved for interrogation subjects. "Your elbow drops," she said. Naruto stared at her. Fist clenched around his next kunai, body half-turned, the beginnings of a defensive stance that was sloppy but genuine. "Who the hell are you? Your wrist is angled wrong too, and your weight's forward when it should be centered. How long have you been practicing like that?" "Lady, you just threw a kunai at my head. Near your head, at your head you'd be dead, and that's sort of my point." She pulled the dango stick from her teeth and pointed it at his hand. "Grip's wrong, you're choking it. Kunai isn't a hammer, kid, it's a..." She paused, reconsidering. "Actually, it's not really like anything else. It's a kunai, hold it like a kunai." "That doesn't make any sense." "Sure it does. Here." She pulled a kunai from somewhere inside her coat. Naruto didn't track where, which was itself a problem. She filed away and held it up. Loose fingers, balanced on the pad of the index, the spine of the blade resting along the forearm's line. "See, the blade's an extension of the arm, not a thing you're holding. A thing you are. Let the wrist stay neutral. The power comes from the shoulder and the hip, not the hand." He was still staring at her like she might be a hallucination, but his eyes had gone to her grip. He was studying it. She could practically see the gears grinding behind those blue eyes. Not fast gears, not smooth gears, but gears that engaged with a stubbornness that compensated for their lack of finesse. "Who are you?" he asked again, quieter this time. "Anko Mitarashi. Special Jonin. I eat dango, I run the forest of death, and I've killed more people than you've met. And you're Naruto Uzumaki, you eat ramen, you train at this dump every day, and your kunai technique is so bad it's almost a medical condition." She watched his face cycle through emotions. Suspicion first, good instinct, then confusion, then the beginning of a grin that he was fighting to suppress. "Are you trying to help me? I'm trying to stop the physical pain I experience watching you throw. It's self-defense. My eyes were going to start bleeding. The grin won. It broke across his face like sunrise, and damn it, it was a good grin. Unguarded. Real. Not the performer's grin he wore at the academy, this one reached his eyes. Okay, so show me for real. What am I doing wrong? Everything, she thought. You're doing everything wrong because nobody ever showed you what right looks like. Stand like you were standing, she said. I'll correct as we go. He set his feet, too wide, weight forward, shoulders tense. She stepped behind him and kicked his back foot 2 inches inward. Pushed his front shoulder down with one hand, tapped the inside of his elbow. Lock that. Don't let it drop. Now draw back slowly. Feel where the weight is. He drew back. His body was tense as wire, trying too hard, which was the most Naruto Uzumaki thing she could imagine. But when she put 2 fingers on his wrist and adjusted the angle, something clicked. She felt it, the slight shift in his balance, the way his body suddenly organized around the throw instead of fighting itself. Now throw. The kunai flew. It hit the target. Not center, the outer ring, 3 inches right. But it hit the target, and the sound it made was different. Cleaner. The sound a throw makes when the mechanics are right even if the aim needs work. Naruto looked at the target, looked at his hand, looked at her. Do it again, she said. He did. Outer ring, 2 inches left this time. Then the next ring in. Then wide. Then close. She corrected him between throws, small adjustments, a word here, a touch on the shoulder there. He absorbed corrections like desert sand absorbed water. Instantly, desperately, without any of the ego or resistance that academy students usually brought to being told they were wrong, because nobody had ever cared enough to tell him he was wrong. That was the thing. He was so hungry for instruction that he'd take it from a stranger who'd nearly put a blade through his ear, and he'd say thank you with that blazing grin and ask for more. An hour evaporated. Anko hadn't meant to stay for an hour. She'd meant to correct his grip and leave, maybe, or at least that's the lie she was constructing for herself. But every time she fixed one thing, she saw 3 more things that needed fixing. And every time she fixed one of those, he got that look. That focused, fierce, absorbing look that was honestly more gratifying than anything she'd experienced in months of real missions. Your stance is for academy sparring, she said, watching him run through the basic kata after kunai practice. It's designed for scoring points in a controlled environment. In a real fight, an academy stance gets you killed in the first exchange. Well, yeah, but that's what they taught. They taught you a foundation. That's fine. Foundations matter. But you've been building a house on this foundation for 3 years and nobody's told you that the house is crooked. She stepped into his space and adjusted his guard. Higher. Elbows tighter. Real fighting isn't about form. It's about not dying and making the other person die instead. Everything else is decoration. That's kind of dark. I'm kind of a dark person. She grinned at him, and it was the grin that made Chunin look away in the mission room. Too many teeth. Too much honesty about what those teeth could do. But Naruto didn't look away. He just grinned back, matching her energy with an absence of fear that was either bravery or stupidity, and she was starting to suspect it was both. Why are you helping me? He asked, dropping out of stance to look at her directly. For real, nobody just shows up, and I mean people don't really. He trailed off. The sentence he couldn't finish hung in the air between them. People don't help me. Anko could have lied. She was excellent at lying. It was practically in the job description. She could have said she was passing by. She could have said it was a coincidence. She could have made up some story about a bet or a dare. The Hokage asked me to keep an eye on you, she said. His face went through a complicated series of expressions. Surprise. A flash of hurt, being watched, being surveilled, being treated as a thing to be monitored rather than a person to be trusted. Then something harder. So you're spying on me. Was spying on you. Now I'm standing in a training ground showing you how to throw a kunai because apparently no one else in this entire village could be bothered. That's still spying. Kid, if I were still spying, you wouldn't know I was here. I'm not subtle. She gestured at her entire self. The mesh armor, The trench coat, the general aura of someone who used excessive force as a communication strategy. I'm here because I watched you train for 3 days, and it was the most frustrating thing I've ever witnessed. And I once spent 6 hours in an interrogation room with a man who would only speak in haiku. Something in his expression shifted. The hurt was still there, but curiosity was muscling past it. 3 days, 3 days, and you just watched? I'm a professional. Watching is literally the assignment, but you stopped watching. She didn't have a good answer for that, and the lack of a good answer was itself an answer she wasn't ready to examine. So she pulled another kunai from her coat and flipped it in her hand, catching it by the point, then the handle, then the point again, a casual display of the kind of precision that took decades. You've got something, Naruto. I don't know what to call it yet. Raw talent's not right, your technique is garbage. Potential's not right either because everyone has potential and most of them waste it. You've got, she searched for the word, stubbornness, the kind that makes you dangerous. But stubbornness without direction just means you'll charge off a cliff faster than everyone else and feel really motivated about it all the way down. You need direction. And you're going to be my direction. I'm going to fix your kunai throw. We can discuss the rest later. That grin again. Incandescent. Anko sensei, don't call me that, makes me sound old. But you are I'm a Jonin who corrected your grip because it was offensive to me personally. That's it. She pointed to the target. Again, 20 more, and if your elbow drops, I'm going to tie your arm to a stick. He laughed, really laughed, not the performance laugh, and set his feet and threw. It was supposed to be a one-time thing. That's what she told herself. The next morning, she was there before him. She told herself it was because the training ground was a convenient route between her apartment and the dango shop. This was geographically absurd, and she knew it, but lying to yourself was a time-honored shinobi tradition, and she saw no reason to break with precedent. Naruto arrived at dawn, saw her leaning against the same tree, and his face lit up with a completely uncomplicated joy that hit her somewhere she didn't have armor. You came back. I happened to be in the area. This training ground is on the other side of the village from everything. Then it's very inconvenient for me, and you should be grateful. He was practically vibrating. He'd already set his feet in the corrected stance. She could see that he'd practiced, probably all night, probably in his apartment throwing kunai at his wall. And she was going to choose not to ask about that because plausible deniability was another fine shinobi tradition. She pushed off the tree. Okay, show me what you've got, all of it, not just kunai, everything. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, whatever they taught you at that academy, I want to see the full picture. Everything? I just said everything, did I stutter? No, it's just nobody's ever asked me to, he stopped himself, set his jaw. Nodded. Okay, everything. What followed was 30 minutes that was simultaneously impressive and depressing. His shadow clone technique was extraordinary. There was no other word for it. He could produce dozens of solid clones with barely a flicker of effort, hundreds if he pushed, and pushing didn't seem to cost him the way it should. His chakra reserves were staggering. She'd known Jinchuriki had enhanced reserves, but this was beyond what she'd expected. It was like discovering a puddle was actually an ocean. Everything else was a disaster. His taijutsu was academy basic with bad habits layered on top. His guard dropped when he attacked. He telegraphed every punch. His kicks had power but no technique. He was strong for a genin, surprisingly strong, but he threw that strength around like a club when it should have been a scalpel. His footwork was non-existent. He moved in straight lines when he should have been angling, and his instinct when pressed was always to push forward, never to redirect. His ninjutsu beyond the shadow clones was limited to the transformation technique and the substitution. Both were serviceable, not good. Serviceable. He knew 0 genjutsu, 0 supplementary techniques. His trap setting was rudimentary. His knowledge of shinobi tools beyond the basic kunai and shuriken was essentially nil, and his chakra control, make a leaf stick to your forehead, she said. He placed a leaf on his forehead and channeled chakra. The leaf didn't stick. It launched off his head like a tiny green missile and embedded itself in a tree. "Okay," she said slowly. "That's educational. It does that every time. I can't make it just. Your chakra output has 2 settings, off and fire hose. That's not a talent problem. It's a control problem. You've got so much chakra that fine manipulation is like trying to thread a needle with a rope." She picked up another leaf. "We'll work on this. Not today. Today I want to see how you fight." "Fight? Like fight you? Don't look so excited. I'm not going to fight you for real. I'd break you in half and neither of us wants the paperwork. I'm going to stand here and you're going to try to land 1 hit on me. You can use anything, clones, kunai, whatever. 1 hit, anywhere on my body." Naruto's eyes narrowed. She watched the calculation happen, rough, instinctive, but real. He was assessing her. Not well, not with any trained analytical framework, but the instinct was there. He was looking at her stance, her position relative to the trees, the distance between them. He was thinking about it instead of just charging. "Anything," he said. "Anything." He made the hand sign for shadow clones. 50 of them burst into existence, filling the clearing in a tsunami of orange. Anko raised an eyebrow. 50 was ludicrous for a genin, but she'd seen the reports. She stayed where she was. They charged. The first wave came straight at her. She didn't move her feet, just swayed, ducked, let them overcommit and crash into each other. Clones popped like soap bubbles on every side. A second wave hit from the left, and she turned through them like water around a stone, palms redirecting strikes just enough that the clones' own momentum destroyed them. Then something interesting happened. 5 clones broke from the main group. They didn't charge. They circled. While the remaining clones kept coming in waves, keeping her busy, keeping her attention split, these 5 spread out to the tree line and started throwing. Kunai from 5 angles simultaneously, timed to arrive at the same moment. It was a good idea, genuinely good, tactically sound. She dealt with it easily, snatched 1 kunai from the air and deflected 2 others with it, sidestepped the rest. But the conception was beyond what she'd expected. He'd used the clones as suppressive force and set up a coordinated ranged attack from multiple angles. That was Chunin-level tactical thinking, maybe better, except the follow-up wasn't there. He'd had the idea but not the execution. The timing was close but not synchronized. The kunai angles were good but not optimized. 2 of the 5 throws were redundant, covering the same escape route. And once the ranged attack failed, he had no backup plan. The remaining clones just charged again, same as before. She destroyed the last of them in 3 seconds and stood in a field of dissipating smoke, not even breathing hard. Naruto, the real one, stood at the edge of the clearing. He was panting, hands on his knees, but his eyes were sharp. Not discouraged, analyzing. "The kunai thing was good," Anko said. His head came up. But you only had 1 play. When it didn't work, you went back to the swarm. The swarm doesn't work against anyone who can move, you know that." "I know." He straightened up, wiping sweat. "I was hoping the kunai would force you into a dodge and I'd have clones waiting where you dodged to, but they weren't fast enough to get there." She stopped, reassessed. That was the plan. Force me into a predicted dodge pattern and have clones intercepting the escape route. Yeah, but I couldn't time it right. The clones in the trees were too slow throwing, so by the time you moved, the interceptors weren't in position. Anko stared at him. This was a kid who couldn't stick a leaf to his forehead. This was a kid whose kunai technique, until yesterday, was so bad she could have lodged a formal complaint. This was a kid who had been dead last in his class for 3 years, and his tactical instincts were excellent, not refined, not trained. Raw as an open wound, rough as uncut stone, riddled with execution gaps that any competent instructor could have ironed out years ago. But the underlying logic, the ability to see a fight as a system of interlocking actions, to anticipate responses, to set up layered traps, that wasn't something you could teach. That was something you were born with, and either someone found it and sharpened it, or it stayed buried forever under. Dead last and class clown and just the demon brat. The crack in her chest from that first night got a little wider. "Come here," she said. She didn't realize until after she said it that her voice had changed, less dry, less guarded. "I want to show you something." She spent the next 2 hours teaching him the concept of action chains, how a feint led to a reaction which created an opening which could be exploited by a prepositioned asset. She drew diagrams in the dirt. She walked him through scenarios. She had him create clones and run through the engagement again and again, adjusting timing, adjusting angles, until the kunai barrage from the trees arrived at the same moment the ground-level clones cut off escape routes. He still couldn't land a hit on her. She was a Jonin, and he was a 12-year-old genin. The gap was oceanic. But by the end of those 2 hours, his attempts were making her move. Not dodge desperately, not exert real effort, but move, adjust, reposition, acknowledge that standing perfectly still was no longer an option. For a kid with 4 days of real instruction, that was terrifying, in the best possible way. "Same time tomorrow?" he asked as the sun climbed high enough to signal he needed to head to the academy. "I'll think about it." "That means yes, right?" "That's a yes." "I'm going to be here at dawn, and you're going to be here at dawn, and we're going to go. Academy. Now." He went, still talking, hands waving, words tumbling over each other, and then he stopped at the edge of the tree line and looked back at her. The grin faded into something quieter, more real. "Hey, Anko." "What?" "Thanks. For, showing up." He was gone before she could respond, which was probably for the best because she didn't have a response that wouldn't have made her feel uncomfortably exposed. She stood in the training ground for a long time after he left, looking at the kunai marks on the targets. Closer to center than yesterday. Not perfect. Getting there, the surveillance report she wrote that night was 4 pages long. It covered his training habits, his tactical instincts, his chakra reserves, his control deficiencies, his emotional patterns, his social isolation, and 14 specific recommendations for how the village could better support his development as a shinobi. It was the most detailed surveillance report anyone had ever submitted for a D-rank observation assignment. It read less like a spy's notes and more like a sensei's curriculum plan. She turned it into the Hokkage's office and didn't think about what that meant. The Hokkage thought about what it meant. He read the report at midnight, pipe smoldering, and when he finished, he read it again. Then he set it down and looked out the window toward the eastern training grounds, where he could see nothing but darkness and the distant glow of the village walls. "Well," he said to the empty room, "that didn't take long." He approved the continued observation assignment without a time limit. A week in, and Anko had restructured her entire schedule around a 12-year-old's training. She hadn't meant to. It had happened in increments. The same way an avalanche happened in increments, one pebble at a time until the whole mountainside was moving, and it was far too late to stop. Mornings before the academy. Physical training and combat fundamentals. She drilled his stance until her voice went hoarse and his legs shook. She taught him to fall. Properly, the way they should have taught him in year 1, rolling with impact instead of absorbing it. She taught him to move offline, to angle away from attacks instead of backing up in a straight line, because straight lines were for corpses. Evenings after the academy. Tactical work and ninjutsu concepts. She couldn't teach him her snake techniques. Those were tied to her summoning contract and her particular chakra nature, but she could teach him how to think about ninjutsu. How jutsu worked mechanically, where the vulnerabilities were. How to recognize a technique by its hand signs and formulate a counter in the space between the last sign and the effect. She taught him how to read a person's body before a fight, where their weight sat, which hand was dominant, whether their breathing was controlled or ragged. How to tell a bluff from a real threat by watching the muscles around the eyes, the one place most shinobi forgot to control. People lie with their mouths, she told him, sitting on a log while he did push-ups in the dirt. Good shinobi lie with their whole bodies. But the eyes, the little muscles around the eyes, the ones that control the squint, those are honest. Learn to read those and you'll know what someone's going to do before they do it. Do yours do that? Mine, kid, I've trained those muscles out of the equation. My face lies from the hairline down. That's what 20 years of experience gets you. So you could be lying right now and I'd never know. I could be, am I? He squinted at her, studied her face with the kind of intensity that should have been comical on a 12-year-old but somehow wasn't. No, he said finally. You're not lying. How do you know? Because you're here. Simple, like it was obvious. You keep coming back. If you were lying about wanting to help me, you wouldn't come back. Liars leave. The crack in her chest became something closer to a fissure. Push-ups, she said. 20 more. Those last 5 were sloppy. Team assignments were in 3 days when Anko hit a wall she hadn't anticipated. She was eating dango at her usual spot, a bench near the memorial stone where she could watch the sunset and pretend she wasn't thinking about dead people, when Iruka Yumino sat down beside her with the precise, deliberate energy of a man who had been rehearsing a conversation. Mitarashi-san. Yumino. We need to talk about Naruto. Anko finished her dango stick and let the silence stretch just long enough to be uncomfortable. It was a habit she'd picked up in interrogation. People filled silences with information they hadn't planned to share. But Iruka was a teacher. He was used to silences. He sat there with his scarred face and his patient eyes and waited her out. She broke first, which annoyed her. What about him? He's different. Iruka's voice was careful, choosing words like a man choosing steps on a minefield. In class, this past week. He's still loud, still disruptive, still Naruto. But he's different. His stances have changed. His kunai scores have improved by 40%. He asked me a question yesterday about chakra flow mechanics that isn't in the curriculum until Chunin-level supplementary courses. Sounds like he's improving. Isn't that your job, helping students improve? The temperature of Iruka's patience dropped a few degrees. I know you've been training him, Anko. The whole point of what I'm saying is that his improvement isn't coming from the academy. It's coming from whoever's been working with him at Training Ground 14 every morning and evening. And since I asked around and found out you've been assigned to observe him, who told you that? I'm his academy instructor. The Hokage informed me when the assignment was made. Observe, Anko. Not train, not intervene. Observe. She turned to face him. Iruka was a solid Chunin, competent, dedicated, kind in a way that she frankly found exhausting. He'd taken a giant shuriken to the spine for Naruto less than 2 weeks ago. His right to care about the kid wasn't in question. His right to tell her what to do very much was. Let me ask you something, Iruka. When did you figure out his kunai grip was wrong? His grip. On the kunai, it was wrong, completely wrong, choking the handle, wrist torqued, elbow dropping. Basic mechanical errors that any Chunin instructor should have caught in the first month and corrected. When did you catch it? Iruka's jaw tightened. I have 30 students. When? He stopped. His hands, clasped on his knees, tightened until the knuckles went white. I didn't. No. You didn't, and neither did any of the other instructors. For 3 years, Iruka. 3 years of that kid throwing kunai wrong, training wrong, fighting wrong, and nobody, not one single person in the entire academy system, took 5 minutes to look at what he was actually doing and say, hey, your elbow's dropping, 5 minutes. That's all it would have taken. That's not fair. Not my place to say. Maybe, but I watched that kid train alone for 3 days before I got involved. I watched him throw until his fingers bled and get up the next morning and throw again. I watched him eat dinner at 10 at night because he's learned to avoid the crowds that look at him like he's something that crawled out of a sewer. I watched him throw a sparring match on purpose so a scared classmate would laugh instead of cry. And I thought, someone should fix this. Someone should help. And then I realized I was someone and the report could go to hell. Iruka was quiet for a long time. The sunset turned the sky the color of a bruise, purple and gold and angry red. I know I failed him. Iruka said, and his voice was rough in a way that had nothing to do with anger. I know that. I spent years treating him like I was afraid of what was inside him, and I let that fear become neglect, and by the time I saw past it, he touched the scar across his nose, the one Mizuki gave him. The one he earned protecting Naruto. By the time I saw him, really saw him, so much damage was already done. Yeah, Anko said. It was. What I'm trying to say. Iruka took a breath and let it out slowly. What I'm trying to say is, be careful with him. He trusts fast and he trusts completely, and if you're doing this on a whim, if you get bored and walk away. Is that what you think this is? A whim? I think you have a reputation for intensity, Anko. You throw yourself into things. You burn hot. And when you're done burning, you move on. I've seen it on missions. I've seen it with what? Iruka held her gaze. With people. That landed. She let it land. She sat with the sting of it because it wasn't entirely wrong. She did burn hot. She did move on. She did leave wreckage in her wake sometimes. She was self-aware enough to own that. This isn't a whim, she said. I can't prove that to you. Words are cheap, and I'm not going to sit here making promises because promises are worth even less. But I'm going to tell you something, and you can do with it what you want. She pulled down the collar of her mesh armor. The curse mark sat on her neck like a bruise that never faded, Orochimaru's mark, his brand, his claim on her body that she'd been carrying since she was younger than Naruto. You know what this is, she said. Orochimaru's, his mark, his seal, his property tag. The words tasted like acid, but she said them anyway because Iruka needed to understand. I was his student, his favorite for a while, and then I was his experiment, and then I was his discard. And when it was over, when he left and the village took me back, do you know what happened? Iruka didn't answer. Nothing. Nothing happened. Nobody helped me. Nobody trained me. Nobody sat with me in a hospital room or fixed my grip or told me I mattered. I was the snake's leftovers, and the village treated me like contaminated goods, and I clawed my way to John in rank through sheer spite, because there was literally no one in my corner. She pulled her collar back up. That kid doesn't have a curse mark on his neck. He's got something bigger. Something the whole village can see, and they're doing to him exactly what they did to me, looking at the mark instead of the person. And I will be damned if I watch that happen for one more day when I can do something about it. The silence that followed was different from the one before, heavier. More honest. Iruka stood up. He looked at her for a long moment with an expression she couldn't fully parse, respect, maybe, mixed with something more cautious. His team assignment is in 3 days, he said. He's being placed with Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura under Kakashi Hatache. The chronically late, emotionally constipated copy ninja who's failed every genin team he's ever been given. He's also the most skilled jonin in the village. Skill isn't the same as giving a damn, Iruka. You of all people should know that. Iruka's jaw worked. He'll give Naruto a chance. The Hokage is confident. The Hokage's been confident about a lot of things regarding that kid, and the results haven't exactly been stellar. Then make sure Naruto's ready. If Kakashi tests them, and he will, make sure Naruto's ready. He walked away. Anko sat on the bench and watched the last of the sunset die, and thought about a silver-haired jonin who read dirty books in public and wore a mask, and had never once, in 12 years, visited his sensei's son. She had 3 days to get Naruto ready for whatever Kakashi threw at him. That was plenty, 3 days. She used every hour. She pushed him harder than she'd pushed anyone, harder than she'd been pushed herself, because she could see now that his body could take it. The Nine-Tails chakra was always there, underlying everything, not active, not accessible, but passively enhancing his stamina, his recovery, his durability. She'd watched him take a fall that should have left him limping for a day and bounce up in an hour. She'd watched bruises fade on his arms between morning and evening sessions. His body was a weapon that nobody had bothered to sharpen, and it could handle being sharpened fast. Day 1. She taught him to use shadow clones as scouts. Create a clone, send it to a location, have it dispel, and the information came back. The look on his face when he realized this was something between religious epiphany and outrage. Wait, every time a clone pops, I get its memories? You didn't know that? Nobody told me. I just learned the technique a week ago from a scroll. There wasn't exactly an instruction manual. You learned a forbidden A-rank technique from a scroll in one night with no instruction, and you've been using it, without understanding its most fundamental tactical application. Is that bad? It's the most Naruto thing I've ever heard. She watched the understanding cascade through him. She could see it happening in real time, the connections forming, the possibilities branching. If clones returned memories, then he could learn from multiple clones simultaneously. If he could learn from multiple clones, he could train in parallel. If he could train in parallel, how many clones can you make? She asked. Lots. I dunno. 1,000? Can you sustain 100 for an hour? Probably. It doesn't really tire me out unless I make like a lot. 100 clones training for an hour. Each one's experience returning to him when it dispelled. That was 100 hours of practice compressed into 1 hour. If he did that every day, the math was staggering. The implications were staggering. She didn't tell him yet. Not all of it. She fed him the pieces one at a time, let him make some connections himself, because understanding you earned stuck better than understanding you were handed. Day 2. Tactical application of the transformation technique, not just disguise, combat transformation. Transform into a shuriken and have a clone throw you. Transform into a clone of your clone to create false targets. Transform into the environment, a rock, a log, a patch of ground, and wait. The transformation isn't just a disguise jutsu. She said, perched on a stump while he practiced shifting between forms. It's a reality manipulation tool. You can become anything. Most genin use it to look like other people. You should be using it to become things that don't exist in your opponent's threat assessment. Nobody blocks a rock. Nobody blocks a rock, he repeated, grinning, and she could see the idea taking root. Day 3, integration. Putting it all together. She set up a scenario, 6 wooden posts in a clearing, each one marked with a target. She stood in the center. 3 minutes, she said. Hit all 6 targets without me stopping you. Use everything you've learned. What followed was the most creative 3 minutes of combat she'd ever seen from a genin. He opened with a wave of clones, standard, expected. She engaged them, dispersing the front line. But while she was dealing with the initial wave, clones that had transformed into rocks and logs around the perimeter of the clearing shifted back and launched kunai at the targets. She intercepted 2, deflected a third, and a clone that had been transformed into a kunai, thrown at a target as part of a barrage, popped back into human form in midair, slapped the target with his palm, and grinned at her before the dispel. 4 targets hit. She'd blocked 2. Time. She called, and the remaining clones dispelled in a cascade of smoke. Naruto stood at the edge of the clearing, panting but electric. 4 out of 6, that clone disguised as a kunai, that was your idea? Yeah, you said transform into things that aren't in the threat assessment. Nobody blocks a kunai that's actually a person. She stared at him. The kunai transformation was absurd. It was stupid. It was the kind of outside-the-box thinking that made tacticians tear their hair out because it broke the fundamental assumptions of engagement. It was brilliant. You're ready for Kakashi, she said. You think? I think Kakashi's going to test you, and you're going to surprise him, and it's going to be the most fun I've had in months, and I won't even be there to see it. His face fell slightly. You won't be there. You're not officially a trainer who's technically supposed to be just watching you from a distance. I can't exactly show up at your Jonin sensei's team evaluation. Kakashi would know something was up in 2 seconds. So what happens after team assignments? Do you just stop? The question landed like a senbon between the ribs. Quiet, precise, exactly where it would hurt. I'll be around, she said, and it came out rougher than she intended. Team stuff is Kakashi's job during the day, but evenings, I've still got things to teach you, if you want. If I want. He looked at her like she'd just asked if he wanted to breathe. Of course I want. Are you kidding? This week has been. I've learned more in 1 week with you than in 3 years at the academy. You actually teach me instead of just telling me to do stuff and then yelling when I do it wrong. I also yell when you do it wrong. Yeah, but you yell and then you show me how to do it right. That's the difference. He scratched the back of his head, suddenly awkward in the way that 12-year-olds got when emotions were bigger than their vocabulary. Anko, You're the first person who's ever looked at what I can't do and decided to fix it instead of just writing me off. I mean, stop before you make this weird, she said, because if he kept going, she was going to feel things, and she was allergic to feelings. Same deal as before. I train you evenings, you work with your team during the day. You don't tell Kakashi about me until I say so, not because I'm hiding, but because I want to see the look on his face when he realizes someone else sharpened his student for him. Naruto's grin returned, sharper now, conspiratorial. Deal? And Naruto? Yeah. Whatever Kakashi's test is, it's going to have a trick to it. Every Jonin test does. Don't just think about how to win. Think about what he's actually testing. The obvious answer is never the real answer. He nodded, slowly, and she could see him filing that away in whatever chaotic mental architecture he used for storing information. She tossed him a kunai, a real one, not a practice blade, with a proper edge and balanced weight. His own equipment was academy-issue garbage. This one was from her personal kit. Keep it, she said, already walking away. Consider it a graduation present. Anko, she kept walking but raised a hand in a backward wave. Thank you, he shouted at her retreating back. Seriously, for everything? She didn't turn around. She did possibly smile. But she'd deny it under oath, and there were no witnesses, so it never happened. That night, she sat in her apartment. Chapter 2. Venom lessons. The evening air over Konoha tasted like rain that hadn't fallen yet. Heavy, electric, promising something. Anko sat on the railing of her apartment balcony with her feet dangling over a 3-story drop. Eating dango and reading the note, Naruto had somehow stuck to her door without her noticing. Passed Kakashi's test. Team 7 is official. He tried the bell thing and we figured it out. Meet me at training ground 14 tonight. I want to tell you everything. The handwriting was atrocious. The exclamation marks were aggressive. The little doodle of a fox giving a thumbs up in the corner was objectively terrible art. She kept the note. She told herself it was for the surveillance file. The surveillance file that had quietly stopped being a surveillance file 3 days into the assignment and was now something closer to a training log. The Hokage hadn't said anything about the shift, which meant he either approved or was waiting to see how it played out. And with Hiruzen Sarutobi, those two things were often identical. She finished her dango, flipped off the railing, and headed for training ground 14. He was already there. Sitting on the center post of the training field, legs swinging, practically incandescent with the kind of energy that could power a small village. When he saw her emerge from the tree line, he launched off the post and was talking before his feet hit the ground. Okay, so Kakashi showed up 3 hours late, which 3 hours, Anko, 3 hours. And then he tied the whole test to these 2 bells and said only 2 of us could pass, and the 3rd would go back to the academy, but that was the trick, right? The real test was teamwork. You said the obvious answer is never the real answer, so when he said only 2 could pass, I thought about what he was actually testing, and breathe. And I figured out it was about whether we'd work together or stab each other in the back, and I actually got Sasuke and Sakura to cooperate, which let me tell you is like herding cats, angry cats, cats that think they're better than you, Naruto. And we didn't get the bells, but Kakashi passed us anyway because we shared our lunch with each other when he said not to. Well, I shared my lunch with Sasuke because Sakura shared with him first, and he was tied to a log, and it's a whole thing, but we passed. He finally stopped talking, chest heaving, grinning so wide it looked like it hurt. Anko leaned against a tree and crossed her arms. And the actual combat portion, how'd that go? The grin got complicated. I didn't land a hit on Kakashi. Nobody expected you to land a hit on Kakashi. He's an elite Jonin. What did you do? I used the clone and transform combo you taught me, had clones disguised as rocks around the clearing before the test even started. When Kakashi was focused on Sasuke, I had them revert and hit him from behind. And, he substituted out, but. Naruto held up a finger, eyes bright. He actually had to use a substitution. Sasuke attacked him from the front and my clones came from behind, and for like half a second, he was boxed in. Sakura said she saw his eye go wide. Kakashi's eye went wide, just for a second. Anko turned that over in her mind. Kakashi Hatake, the copy ninja, the man with 1,000 jutsu, the shinobi who'd been Anbu before most of these kids were born, had been surprised by a genin's tactic enough to widen his eye. Even for a fraction of a second, even during a test where he wasn't fighting seriously, that was something. What did he say to you afterward? Naruto's expression flickered. Just for a moment, something uncertain passed through. He said the teamwork was what mattered. He talked to all three of us about how those who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their friends are worse than trash. He was looking at me when he said the friends part, like he wanted to make sure I heard it. Did he say anything about the rock clones? No. He noticed, though? Yeah, I think so. Anko nodded slowly. Kakashi would have noticed. The man missed nothing. That was both his greatest asset and, in Anko's opinion, his greatest failing. He saw everything and acted on almost nothing, a perpetual observer standing at the edge of other people's lives with his hands in his pockets and his trauma tucked behind an orange book. Good, she said. You passed. Team 7 is real. Now the actual work starts. Actual work. What have we been doing for the past week? Fixing the damage, plugging holes, getting your basics to a place where you won't embarrass yourself in a real fight. She pushed off the tree and walked to the center of the clearing. Now we build. And I'm going to warn you right now, building is harder than fixing. Fixing is me telling you your elbow drops and you adjusting. Building is me teaching you things that will hurt and scare you and push you past what you think you can handle. You're going to want to quit. I don't quit. Everybody says that. Most people are lying. He met her eyes with that stubborn blaze that she'd come to recognize as his core temperature, the heat source at the center of everything he was. I'm not most people. No, she said. You're not. Take off your jacket. What? The jacket off. You're doing endurance training, and I need to see your muscle engagement. He shrugged off the orange jacket and stood in his black undershirt, and for the first time she got a clear look at his build without the oversized outerwear hiding it. He was thin. Not starving thin, but lean in the way that kids were lean when their diet was mostly sodium and carbohydrates, and their body burned through calories faster than they could consume them. But the underlying structure was solid, broad shoulders for his age, good limb proportions, and a springy musculature that spoke to his absurd recovery rate. We're going to run, she said. Follow me, keep up. She took off through the trees at a pace that would have made most genin cry inside the first quarter mile. Naruto kept up for 1.5 miles before he started flagging. She pushed to 2 miles before slowing. He caught up, gasping, face red, legs shaking. That's your baseline, she said, barely winded. 2 miles at combat pace before you drop off. By the end of the month, that number will be 6. Your shadow clones are your biggest weapon, but they don't mean anything if you can't stay alive long enough to use them. A dead summoner makes no clones. Can we? He bent double, hands on knees. Can we take push-ups. 30 now. He did them. She counted, correcting his form on numbers 8, 14, and 22. When he finished, she had him do squats, then burpees. Then she had him throw kunai at targets while his arms were shaking from the exertion, because the point of the exercise wasn't throwing when conditions were perfect. It was throwing when conditions were terrible. In a real fight. She said, watching his kunai hit the outer ring of the target, worse than his fresh accuracy, but still on target, which was the point. You'll never be rested. You'll never be at full capacity. You'll be tired and hurt and scared, and your hands will be shaking, and your vision will be blurred, and someone will be trying to kill you. The academy trains you to perform under ideal conditions. I'm training you to perform under the worst conditions imaginable. If you can fight when you're exhausted, fighting fresh is easy. He threw another kunai. It hit the second ring. His arm was trembling visibly. Makes sense. Terrible, awful sense. That's my specialty, she grinned. Now, clones, I want 100. He straightened, wiped sweat from his eyes, and formed the cross seal. 100 clones exploded into existence around the clearing, packed shoulder to shoulder. A crowd of identical orange-clad blondes that still managed to look slightly different from each other, because they were reflecting different aspects of his state of mind. Some looked tired. Some looked determined, some looked like they were questioning their life choices. "Now," Anko said, addressing the crowd like a general addressing an army, "we're going to talk about how to actually use you." She split the clones into groups. 20 to one corner of the training ground for kunai practice. Repetitive, boring, essential. 20 to another for taijutsu forms, running through the corrected stances she'd taught Naruto until they were engraved in muscle memory that would transfer back to him when they dispelled. 20 to a third area for tree climbing, the chakra control exercise she'd started him on 2 days ago that he still couldn't complete because his chakra output was a raging inferno trying to perform a candle's job. The remaining 40 she kept with the real Naruto. "These 40 are your tactical training group," she said. "We're going to Wargame. I'll set scenarios. You and your clones figure out solutions. Every scenario will have a constraint, limited information, limited resources, environmental hazards, civilian presence. The goal isn't to win. The goal is to think. What about just making me stronger? Better jutsu, more. Jutsu are tools, Naruto. A hammer's useless if you don't know what to build. I've seen Jonin with arsenals of 100 techniques lose fights to Chunin who knew 3 jutsu and had a plan. Your shadow clone technique is already one of the most versatile abilities in the entire shinobi world. We're not adding more tools to the toolbox. We're teaching you to use the tools you have like they were designed to be used." She paused, then added, "We'll also add more tools to the toolbox. But later. Foundation first." The wargaming started simple. She'd describe a scenario: you're in a forest, you've detected 2 enemy Chunin approaching from the north, you have 3 minutes before they reach you, what do? And let him work through it. His first answers were always the same: charge them, overwhelm with clones, hit hard and fast. Brute force. The hammer approach. She rejected every brute force answer, try again. But the clones alert them to your presence. Now they know you're a shadow clone user and they adjust tactics. They spread out so area attacks don't catch them both. Your advantage is gone. Try again. He'd think. His clones would think with him, arguing among themselves in a way that was frankly surreal, 40 copies of the same kid debating strategy with the passion of a war council. The arguments were chaotic and loud and sometimes devolved into clones shoving each other, but the conclusions they reached got progressively sharper. Okay. I send one clone, transformed as a civilian, toward the Chunin. It acts scared, runs away from them, but actually leads them toward a position where I've preset clones disguised as terrain. When they pass the ambush point, the terrain clones revert and attack from all sides while the civilian clone hits them from behind. Better. What if one of them is a sensor type and detects the clone's chakra? Then, the civilian clone is a distraction anyway. Even if they see through it, they have to respond to it, which means they're reacting to my move instead of executing theirs. I still control the tempo. Now you're thinking. What about the ambush clones? If the sensor detects them too, I don't preset them. I keep them mobile, trailing at a distance the sensor can't reach. The civilian clone engages, creates chaos, and in the confusion, the ambush force closes in. By the time the sensor reads the new signatures, they're already in the kill zone. Anko was quiet for a moment. "What?" Naruto said, suddenly self-conscious. "Was that wrong?" "That was a B-rank tactical approach to a C-rank engagement scenario. Where did you learn the concept of controlling tempo?" "I didn't. It makes sense, right? If you're the one making stuff happen, the other person has to react, and reacting is slower than acting, so you always want to be the one starting things." Self-taught tactical instinct. Not from books, not from instruction, from pure intuitive understanding of combat dynamics, developed through years of pranking a village full of shinobi who couldn't catch him. The pranks. Of course. The pranks. Naruto, your pranks, the ones you pulled at the academy around the village. How did you plan them? He blinked at the apparent subject change. I dunno. I'd pick a target, Iruka sensei, or the Hokage monument, or the market vendors, and then I'd figure out the patrol schedules and blind spots and where to set up distractions and escape routes and... You mapped patrol schedules. Well, yeah, you can't paint the Hokage faces if you don't know when the Anbu guards rotate. You identified blind spots in Anbu coverage. They're not that hard to find, honestly. There's a huge one on the southeast corner of the monument between 2 and 2:15 a.m. when the night shift overlaps, and everyone assumes someone else is watching. Anko stared at him. 12 years old, and he had operational security knowledge of Anbu patrol patterns that most Jonin didn't bother to learn, because he'd needed it. For pranks. You absolute menace, she said, and her voice was warm with something that might have been awe. You've been running intelligence operations since you were 8 and you didn't even know it. I've been doing what now? Intelligence operations, surveillance detection routes, counter-patrol analysis, pre-operational planning. You've been doing fieldcraft, real, actual fieldcraft as a hobby. He scratched the back of his head. I just didn't want to get caught. That's what every good operative says. She was pacing now, energized in a way she hadn't been in months. New connections were firing in her brain, not just about what to teach him, but about what he already was. The village saw a clown, a failure, a dead last dropout who got lucky with a forbidden scroll. She was seeing something entirely different. She was seeing a rough-cut intelligence operative with Jonin-level tactical instincts, unlimited chakra, an infiltration skill set developed through years of practical application, and the single most versatile technique in the shinobi world. He didn't need to be turned into a frontline bruiser. He needed to be turned into the most dangerous thing a shinobi could be, someone you never saw coming. New plan, she said. Forget what I said about foundation first. We're changing the curriculum. Already. You're not a brawler, Naruto. You can brawl. We'll improve your taijutsu, don't worry, but that's not where your genius lives. Your genius lives in misdirection, infiltration, information gathering, and tactical deployment of clone assets. You're a one-man army that doesn't fight like an army. You fight like a ghost that can be everywhere at once. That sounds awesome. It's going to be. Now sit down. We're going to talk about killing intent. The clones settled into a rough semicircle around them. Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground, still sweaty, still tired, still radiating that eager focus that made teaching him feel like throwing gasoline on a bonfire. Killing intent, Anko said, is the projection of hostile chakra to create a psychological effect on a target. Fear, paralysis, disorientation. Higher-level shinobi can make you feel like you're already dead. Zabuza Mamachi, you'll probably hear that name eventually, can freeze an entire squad with killing intent alone. Sounds terrifying. It is. It's supposed to be, that's the point. She settled into a crouch across from him. There are 2 reasons to learn killing intent. First, defense. If someone hits you with it, you need to be able to function through the fear. Most genin freeze. Freezing means dying. You need to be able to feel the terror and keep moving anyway. What's the second reason? Offense. If you can project killing intent, you can end fights before they start. A lot of conflicts between shinobi are decided in the first second, the moment of contact, when both sides are assessing each other. If you can project enough intent to make someone hesitate, even for a heartbeat, you own that heartbeat. And a heartbeat is enough time to end someone. You want me to scare people? I want you to have the option. Not every problem needs a kunai, Naruto. Sometimes the most effective technique is making someone believe the kunai is coming so they surrender or retreat. She searched for the right framing. It's mercy, in a way. If you can scare someone into not fighting, you don't have to hurt them. And not hurting people when you don't have to is the mark of a shinobi who gives a damn. Something in his expression shifted. The eager energy condensed into something more serious. Okay, teach me. Feel this first. She let it out. Not the full weight of it. That would have been cruel and possibly traumatic. But enough. She opened the door inside herself where the killing intent lived, the place built from Orochimaru's training and her own years of violence and the cold, hard truth of what she was capable of. and let it spill into the air between them. Naruto's breath caught. His body went rigid. Every clone in the semicircle popped simultaneously, 40 bursts of smoke erupting in a ring around them. His pupils dilated and his hands clenched, and she could see his heartbeat in his throat, hammering. But he didn't freeze. His hands were shaking, but they moved, reaching for a kunai pouch that his body remembered even when his conscious mind was drowning. His feet shifted into the corrected stance she'd taught him, not the academy stance, hers. Under the crush of her intent, his trained responses were emerging. She pulled it back, the air lightened. Naruto gasped like a man surfacing from deep water. That, she said quietly, was about 15%. 15, he swallowed hard. What's 100% like? You don't want to know, not yet. She watched him recover faster than she'd expected. His breathing normalized in seconds. The Ninetales' passive enhancement at work, probably, stabilizing his autonomic nervous system. But you didn't freeze. You reached for a weapon and set your stance. That's better than most chunin on their first exposure. I almost threw up. Almost doesn't count. You didn't, you moved. He looked at his shaking hands, clenched them, unclenched them. Teach me how to do that. It takes time. Killing intent is tied to your emotional state, specifically to your willingness to commit violence. The more genuine the intent behind it, the more effective the projection. Some people can fake it through pure chakra manipulation, but the real thing, the kind that stops hearts, comes from a place inside you that actually means it. I don't want to kill people. I know. And I'm not asking you to want that. But there's a difference between wanting to kill and being willing to protect. Think about someone you care about. Think about someone threatening them, not hypothetically, really picture it. Feel the anger. Feel the certainty that you would do whatever it takes to stop the threat. His eyes went distant. She watched the shift happen, subtle, deep like tectonic plates moving. She didn't know what he was picturing. Iruka, maybe. Old man Tuchai and Iame. The Hawkage. Maybe even her, though she pushed that thought away because it complicated things. The air changed. It wasn't killing intent. Not yet. It was rawer than that, less focused, more like a wave of emotional pressure than a targeted projection. But it was there, a heaviness in the clearing, a sense of something vast and furious stirring beneath the surface. The grass around Naruto's knees bent outward, pushed by a wind that wasn't wind. There, she said softly. Feel that? That's the seed of it, that's the raw material. He blinked and it was gone. I felt something like heat in my chest. That's it, we'll refine it, but for now just know it's there, you have the capacity, we'll shape it into something precise. She stood, brushing dirt off her coat. Enough for tonight, you've got team stuff in the morning. Yeah, Kakashi said to meet at 7, which probably means he'll show up at 10. Probably. Get some sleep. Real sleep, not the thing you do where you stay up practicing in your apartment until 2 a.m. He had the grace to look sheepish. You know about that. Kid, I've been watching you for almost 2 weeks. I know what time you go to bed, what you eat for breakfast, and which window you leave unlocked because the latch is broken. That's kind of creepy. I'm a surveillance specialist. Creepy is my job description, he laughed. Real and easy, without the brittleness of his public performances. As he gathered his things, jacket, kunai pouch, the good kunai she'd given him tucked into a separate holder he'd rigged himself, he paused. Anko. What? The killing intent thing. You said it comes from a place that actually means it. When you showed me yours, what were you thinking about? Nobody asked Anko questions like that. Nobody asked her what was behind the sharp grin and the weaponized confidence. Nobody looked past the surface because the surface was deliberately designed to discourage looking. Old memories, she said. Go home, Naruto, he went. She stayed in the training ground for another hour, sitting on the center post, looking up at a sky full of stars and thinking about a snake and a seal and a little girl who'd been left behind. Word spread, because word always spread in a hidden village full of professional gossips and surveillance experts. Anko became aware of the talk 3 days after Team 7 formation, when she walked into the Jonin standby station to check the mission board, and the room got approximately 4 degrees more attentive. Nobody said anything directly. Shinobi were rarely direct about anything that mattered. But she caught the glances, sidelong, assessing, carrying the particular weight of opinions already formed. Genma Shiranui was leaning against the far wall with his senbon between his teeth, and he was the one who broke the silence because Genma had never once in his life left a silence unbroken if he could help it. Heard you're spending time with the Uzumaki kid. Heard you're spending time minding other people's business. Same thing in this village. The senbon shifted from one corner of his mouth to the other. Just curious, Anko, you and a 12-year-old doesn't seem like your usual scene. My usual scene is the interrogation wing and the forest of death. Would you prefer I take him there? I'd prefer you explain why a special jonin with your particular background is mentoring a Jinchuriki without anyone signing off on it. The Hokage signed off on it. The Hokage signed off on surveillance. There's a gap between watching and training, and you've been tap dancing in that gap for 2 weeks. She turned from the mission board to face him. Genma was good, one of the village's best, a Tokubetsu jonin who'd served as a Hokage guard. He was also fundamentally decent in a way that sometimes manifested as protectiveness that wasn't entirely welcome. Say what you actually mean, Genma. He took the senbon out of his mouth. That was how you knew Genma was being serious. The senbon came out. The kid's a Jinchuriki. You carry a curse mark. Both of you have connections to existential threats that the village has spent years trying to manage. People are wondering whether this is the third's idea of a solution or the beginning of a problem. People, or the council. Does the distinction matter? It does to me. He studied her for a moment, then the senbon went back in. For what it's worth, I don't think you're doing anything wrong. Kid needs someone and you're someone, but be careful who's paying attention. Not everyone's watching out of curiosity. He left. Anko stood at the mission board, staring at C-rank listings without reading them, and thought about who else might be paying attention. The answer came faster than she expected. It was a Tuesday. She'd remember that later, because everything changed on a Tuesday, and she was walking through the market district after a morning session with Naruto when she felt the presence. Not chakra sensed it. Felt it, the way you felt a shadow pass over you on a sunny day. A chill that had nothing to do with temperature, she kept walking. Didn't change pace, didn't look around. But her hand drifted inside her coat, to the kunai holster strapped against her ribs, and her awareness expanded outward in the way that only real combat veterans achieved. A soft, constant vigilance that tracked movement and intent in a sphere around her body. The presence was on the roof of the textile shop to her left. Then it wasn't. It moved when she moved, maintaining distance, matching her route with professional precision. Anbu? No, Anbu had a recognizable signature, a certain institutional flavor to their concealment. This was different, colder, more mechanical. The kind of stealth that came from training designed to erase everything human. Root. She knew Root the way she knew Orochimaru's work, by the absence of warmth, by the clinical perfection that was itself a kind of imperfection. Danzo's little automatons, the ones the village pretended didn't exist, because acknowledging their existence would require acknowledging that one of the Hokage's oldest advisors ran a private army of child soldiers underneath everyone's noses. She didn't confront the operative. There was no point. Root agents were ghosts. Confront one, and they'd deny, vanish, and be replaced by 2. Instead, she filed the information. Someone in Danzo's orbit had taken enough interest in her involvement with Naruto to allocate surveillance resources, and adjusted her patterns accordingly. That evening, she taught Naruto about counter-surveillance. If someone's following you, she said, tossing kunai at a target without looking thud, thud, thud all center, you have 3 options. Lose them, confront them, or let them follow you and feed them false information. Each option has costs and benefits. Option 1 is safest, but tells the follower you detected them, which reveals your sensory capabilities. Option 2 is the most direct, but creates confrontation you might not want. Option 3 is the most useful but the hardest to execute, because feeding false information convincingly requires you to know what information the follower is looking for. Naruto was sitting on a stump, eating a cup of instant ramen that he'd somehow produced from his jacket like a magic trick. "Is someone following you?" "Is someone following us?" she corrected. "And that's an observation you don't share with anyone, not your teammates, not Kakashi, not the Hokage, not yet." "Why not the Hokage?" "Because the person who might be watching us operates in the Hokage's shadow, and shadows are complicated things. The old man knows the shadow is there, but removing it would cost more than tolerating it, and he's made a career out of that particular calculation." She threw the last kunai. "Dead center. Just be aware. You're on more radars now than you were a month ago. That's partly my fault, and I won't apologize for it, because being on radars means being seen, and you've spent too long being invisible. Being on radars sounds kind of dangerous." "Everything worth doing is dangerous. The question isn't whether you attract attention. The question is whether you're ready for the attention you attract." She looked at him. "Are you?" He slurped the last of his ramen, set the cup down, and stood up with that particular brand of certainty that he wore like armor. "Yeah, I am." "Then let's make sure that's not just talk. Spar, me and you, right now." His eyes went wide. "For real, like actually fight you." "I won't use anything above genin-level techniques. No snake jutsu, no advanced taijutsu forms, just basics. Your job is to last 3 minutes without going down. Timer starts when I move." She moved. The first thing she noticed was that his reaction time had improved dramatically. 2 weeks ago, her opening strike, a simple lunging palm to the sternum, would have caught him clean. Now he slipped to the side, not gracefully, not cleanly, but enough. His counter was a cross-arm block that she'd taught him, catching her follow-up elbow on his forearms and redirecting the force. The second thing she noticed was that he'd already created clones. Not with visible hand signs, he'd made them in the half-second after her lunge, using her forward momentum as cover for the seal. 3 clones, not 100. Strategic deployment. They flanked wide, circling to triangulate. She went after him. Controlled, measured strikes that tested his defensive repertoire without overwhelming it. He blocked, dodged, gave ground, but not in a straight line. He was angling, using the terrain, keeping trees and posts between them to break her attack lines. She pressed harder. He stumbled, caught himself, and the stumble was a feint. She knew because she'd taught him the feint, and seeing it deployed against her gave her a surge of vicious pride even as she punished it, catching his real strike out of the air and sweeping his legs. He hit the ground. 1 clone came in from the right. She elbowed it out of existence. Another from behind. She ducked its grab and slapped it in the face, dispelling it. The third had transformed into a rock 3 meters away, and she let it sit, curious to see the play. Naruto rolled to his feet, breathing hard, and charged again. Direct, aggressive, committed, exactly the kind of attack she'd told him not to default to. She read it, prepared the counter. And the rock clone exploded into Naruto behind her, wrapping arms around her torso in a bear hug while the charging Naruto produced a kunai from his sleeve and closed the distance. She broke the clone's grip with a chakra pulse, sidestepped the real Naruto's kunai, and put him on the ground with a hip throw that knocked the wind out of him. The timer in her head said 2 minutes, 47 seconds. "Time," she said. He lay on his back, staring at the sky, chest heaving. "Didn't make it? 2:47, 13 seconds short." She offered him a hand. He took it and she hauled him upright. The rock clone ambush was good. The bear hug was the right idea. Restrict my movement so the real you could close. Execution was off because your clone grabbed too high. "You want the waist or the legs, not the torso. Torso gives me too much arm freedom." "Noted," he wheezed. The feint was also good but predictable. "I taught you that feint, so obviously I'd recognize it. You need to modify the techniques I give you, make them yours, change the timing, add variations." A technique only works as a surprise once, and once it's been seen, it needs to evolve. He was nodding, absorbing, even while fighting to breathe. The information hunger was relentless. She could see him filing everything away, and she knew, because she understood the clone memory transfer now, that he'd have 50 clones practicing the corrected bear hug before the night was over. Again, he asked. Tomorrow, you're running on fumes. You can keep going because you're stubborn and your body heals faster than it should, but training past exhaustion builds bad habits because your form degrades and you start encoding errors. Go home. Eat something that isn't instant ramen, actual food, protein, vegetables. Your body is a weapon, and you're fueling it with garbage. Vegetables are the enemy. Vegetables are the foundation of physical performance, and if I find out you're still eating nothing but ramen and cup noodles, I'm going to start packing your meals myself, and I promise you my cooking is terrifying enough to motivate compliance. He laughed, grabbed his jacket, and headed for the tree line. Then stopped, turned back. That expression on his face again, the one that was too old for his years, too knowing, too aware of what it meant to have someone in his corner. Tomorrow we're doing the spar again, he said. And I'm going to make 3 minutes. We'll see. I will. No grin this time, just certainty, quiet and immovable as stone. Watch me. He vanished into the trees. Anko stood in the clearing and listened to his footsteps fade and thought, I am watching, kid. I haven't looked away since the first night. The first real test came sooner than she expected, and from a direction she hadn't predicted. 2 weeks into Team 7 formation, Naruto arrived at their evening session with a split lip and a bruise forming on his jaw that his enhanced healing hadn't fully dealt with yet. He was trying to hide it. Badly. What happened? Nothing. I'm going to ask one more time, and if the answer is nothing again, I'm going to find out on my own, and my investigative methods are significantly less pleasant than just telling me. He kicked at the dirt. The bravado that usually armored him was dented, and underneath it she could see something hot and ashamed. There's this Chunin, Takeda. He works gate duty sometimes. He doesn't like me. Doesn't like you how? The usual way, you know, that way. He touched his stomach unconsciously, the seal. The fox. The reason behind every cold stare and averted gaze he'd endured for 12 years. Did he hit you? He shoved me. I fell into a wall. It's not a big deal. It's assault on a Konoha genin by a Konoha Chunin. That's a court-martial offense. It's not, look, it happens, okay? Not a lot. Not like when I was little. But sometimes, some people, he stopped, set his jaw. I don't want to make a thing of it. It'll just make it worse. Anko's vision went red at the edges. She'd known, intellectually, that Naruto faced hostility. She'd seen the cold shoulders and the turned backs. But there was a chasm between knowing and seeing the bruise on his jaw, and something in that chasm had teeth. Describe him, she said, and her voice was level in a way that should have been more alarming than if she'd been shouting. Anko, don't. I'm not going to do anything dramatic. I'm going to have a conversation. Describe him. He did, reluctantly. Takeda Hiro, gate duty Chunin, mid-30s, heavyset, scar on his left hand from a training accident. She knew the type. Career mediocrity turned bitter, looking for someone lower on the ladder to step on. The Jinchuriki was the lowest rung in the village's social hierarchy, and men like Takeda gravitated to easy targets the way vultures gravitated to carrion. Train without me tonight, she said. Clone drills, run the ambush scenarios I gave you. I'll be back in an hour. Anko, 1 hour. She left the training ground and went hunting. She found Takeda at a bar near the gate station. 3 drinks into his evening, sitting with 2 other Chunin who had the same soft, sour look of men who'd plateaued early and blamed the world for it. She walked in, ordered dango from a waitress who looked nervous. Anko's reputation preceded her in most establishments, and sat at the bar within earshot of Takeda's table. She waited. She was very good at waiting when it mattered. It took 4 minutes. Takeda was the kind of man who couldn't stop talking about the things that made him angry, because anger was the only interesting thing about him. Brat bumped into me at the market. Just walks around like he owns the place, grinning, making noise. Someone ought to teach him what he is. One of his companions shifted uncomfortably. Takeda, you know we're not supposed to what? Talk about it. Everyone talks about it. Everyone knows what's inside him. The third can make all the laws he wants, doesn't change what the kid is. Anko finished her dango. Set the stick down on the bar with a small click that somehow carried through the entire room's background noise. She turned on her stool. Take to Hyro, she said. Conversational, friendly even, the kind of friendly that made smart people nervous. Gate duty Chunin, 6 years. Records clean but unremarkable. 2 C-rank missions this year, both escort detail, no combat citations, no special skills on file. The table went quiet. Takeda looked at her with the beginning of recognition and the beginning of wariness competing on his face. Do I know you? Anko Mitarashi. Special Jonin. Interrogation and Torture Division when I'm feeling professional. Forest of Death Proctor when I'm feeling recreational. She smiled. It was the smile she used in interrogation rooms, the one that reached her eyes in all the wrong ways. I hear you put your hands on a genin today. The wariness one, it spread across his face like a stain. I don't know what you're, don't. The single word cut through the air between them with surgical precision. Don't lie. I'm very, very good at detecting lies, and I find the process of disproving them to be exhausting, and when I'm exhausted, I get creative. So let's skip ahead to the part where you know exactly what I'm talking about, and we have an honest conversation about it. The bar had gotten quieter. People at neighboring tables were finding reasons to study their drinks. Takeda's companions were already creating distance, leaning back, breaking eye contact, performing the instinctive social triage of men who recognized a predator and wanted to signal that they were not affiliated with the prey. It was, the kid ran into me, I reacted. It wasn't what? Intentional, significant, worth mentioning? She tilted her head. The gesture was deliberate. She'd learned it from Orochimaru, and she hated that she'd learned it from Orochimaru, but it was effective. A Chunin shoved a genin hard enough to leave a bruise. That genin is under my direct observation, which means his condition is in my reports, which means your name is now in a document that sits on the Hokage's desk. Congratulations. You've made the kind of impression that nobody wants to make. Takeda's face went through a rapid succession of colors, red, white, back to red. The demon brat, finish that sentence. Anko's voice dropped to something barely above a whisper. The killing intent she released was minimal, a whisper, a suggestion, like a blade pressed against skin without breaking it. But Takeda felt it. His body went rigid. His hand, reaching for his drink, stopped in midair. Uzumaki Naruto, she said, is a genin of Kano Hagakure. He is a soldier of this village. He wears the Hidaite. He passed his graduation exam. He is entitled to the same protections and the same respect as any other shinobi in this room. If you lay hands on him again, I won't report it. I won't file paperwork. I won't escalate through proper channels. She leaned forward, close enough that he could see the amber of her eyes and the absolute sincerity in them. I will come find you myself, and whatever happens after that will be between me and you and whatever's left of your career when I'm done. Not if you understand, he nodded. Good. She straightened up, and the killing intent evaporated like it had never been there. Her smile snapped back to something bright and casual and approximately 1,000 times more unsettling than the threat had been. Nice talking to you, Takeda. Enjoy your evening. She dropped coins on the bar for the dango and walked out without looking back. Outside, the night air was cool on her face. Her hands were shaking, not from fear, not from the confrontation, but from the effort of restraint. She'd wanted to do more. She'd wanted to do significantly more. The part of her that Orochimaru had shaped, the part that understood violence as communication, had been screaming for something louder than words. But Naruto didn't need her to be violent. He needed her to be effective. And effectiveness, in this case, meant making Takeda afraid enough to change his behavior without creating a scandal that would draw attention to Naruto and make his situation worse. She went back to the training ground. Naruto was running clone drills, just like she'd told him. 50 clones executing the ambush scenario in rotating groups, each iteration a little tighter, a little more synchronized. He saw her coming and paused. Did you? Takeda won't bother you again. Did you hurt him? No. Did you threaten him? I had a conversation. He looked at her for a long moment. Then, quietly, "You didn't have to do that." "Yeah, I did." "No, you people have shoved me before. It's not new. I've dealt with it my whole life. You don't have to fight my battles." "I'm not fighting your battles. I'm establishing boundaries." "There's a difference." She walked past him to the center of the clearing. "Your battles are the ones where someone's trying to kill you and you have to survive. A Chunin bully isn't a battle. It's a pest control problem, and pest control is a maintenance task, and maintenance tasks are handled by the person with the most authority and the least patience. That's me." He was quiet, processing. Then, "Anko." "What?" "Nobody's ever done that before. Stood up for me to someone, not like that." "Then everyone you've met before me was failing at their job, because protecting this village shinobi from threats includes internal ones. Now, clone drills. Show me what you've got." He showed her. The ambush scenarios were noticeably better, tighter timing, better angle selection, more creative use of transformation. She corrected, refined, pushed. They worked for another 2 hours until the moon was high and the training ground was cratered with the marks of their practice. When they parted ways for the night, Naruto's split lip had healed. The bruise was already fading. But the look he gave her, steady, warm, fiercely loyal, that wasn't fading at all. The days developed a rhythm, mornings. Naruto trained with Team 7 under Kakashi. D-rank missions, team exercises, the slow process of 3 fundamentally incompatible personalities learning to function as a unit. Naruto played his role, loud, enthusiastic, slightly clumsy, but with an undercurrent that anyone paying attention would notice. His reflexes were sharper. His clone deployment was more tactical. His situational awareness, the way his eyes tracked movement in his periphery, was miles beyond what a fresh genin should demonstrate. Kakashi noticed. Of course Kakashi noticed. The man was a genius wrapped in apathy, wrapped in grief, and his single visible eye missed nothing even when it appeared to be reading pornography. Afternoons. Day-rank missions continued, or team training. Naruto endured Sasuke's silence, Sakura's dismissiveness, and Kakashi's chronic lateness with a patience that would have surprised anyone who'd known him a month ago. Not because he'd become passive, Anko would have slapped the passivity out of him, but because he'd learned to pick his battles. Save the energy. Channel the frustration into evening training evenings. Anko. Their sessions grew longer, more intense, more varied. She taught him chakra enhancement, channeling energy to his feet for wall walking, still struggling, but improving by inches, to his hands for grip strength, to his legs for explosive movement. His chakra control remained his biggest weakness, but the sheer volume of his reserves meant that even inefficient application produced impressive results. Where a normal genin might enhance their punch by 10%, Naruto's sloppy enhancement still dumped enough chakra into his fist to crack wood. "It's like you're painting with a fire hose," she told him after watching a clone wall-climbing exercise end with 3 clones blasting off the tree surface like orange missiles. "The amount of chakra isn't the problem. The regulation is, you need a valve, not a bigger pipe." "How do I get a valve?" "Practice." Boring, tedious, repetitive practice. Leaf exercise, she held up a leaf. "Stick it to your forehead, not with your hands, with chakra, the tiniest amount you can produce. It always flies off. Then do it 1,000 times until it sticks once, and then do it 1,000 more until it sticks every time. Put clones on it. 100 clones, each with a leaf, all day, every day. The memories compound, each clone's micro-adjustments feed back to you, and over time your body learns the calibration." He set 100 clones on it that night, each with a leaf. The clearing looked absurd. 100 identical blondes standing in rows with leaves on their foreheads, all wearing expressions of intense concentration, and one by one, in rapid succession, the leaves launched off their faces like tiny green projectiles. By the time Naruto dispelled the batch an hour later, he'd accumulated 100 hours of failure data and the faintest, slightest, most marginal improvement in his output control. "That barely helped," he said, frustrated. "That's day 1. Do it every day for a month. Trust the process. I hate the process. Everyone hates the process. That's how you know it works. She also taught him things that weren't in any curriculum. How to read a room. The way tension gathered in corners. The way alliances manifested in seating arrangements. The way power flowed through a group based on who spoke first and who listened longest. She'd take him to public places, the market, the mission assignment desk, the academy grounds during dismissal, and quiz him. The woman at the fish stall, what's she feeling? Angry. Why? The guy at the vegetable stall next to her keeps his display wider than his allotted space. She has to lean her baskets to make room. She's been giving him looks all morning. Good, now, the Jonin at the end of the street, the one pretending to read a message scroll. What's he actually doing? Naruto squinted. Studied the man, his posture, his eye movement, the way his body was angled. He's watching the entrance to the Hokage Tower. He's not reading the scroll, his eyes aren't moving across it. He's using it as cover. Who's he watching for? I don't, someone specific. He keeps checking the same door, not the windows or the roof access. He's waiting for someone who'd use the main entrance, so it's someone with nothing to hide. Or someone who wants to look like they have nothing to hide. Anko bit down on a dango stick to stop herself from grinning visibly. That last observation, someone who wants to look like they have nothing to hide, was a deductive leap that most intelligence operatives took years to internalize. Not bad, brat. Not bad. That was awesome and you know it. It was adequate, which in my vocabulary is the highest compliment available to genin. She taught him about poisons, not how to make them, not yet, but how to recognize them. The smell of nightshade in food, the oily residue of contact toxins on surfaces. The way a poisoned senbon looked subtly different from a clean one because the coating affected the light. Why do I need to know this? Because the world is full of people who'd rather kill you quietly than fight you honestly, and poison is the quiet killer's weapon of choice. Orochimaru. She paused. It was the first time she'd said his name in front of Naruto outside of a brief, contextless mention. My former teacher. He was the greatest poison user in the shinobi world. I learned more about toxins from him than most medical ninja learn in a career. Your former teacher. Naruto's voice was careful. The one who gave you the, he gestured vaguely at his own neck, the curse mark. Yes. Is that why you understand? About me, I mean, about the same vague gesture now toward his stomach. Yeah, she said simply. That's why. He didn't push further. He had the emotional intelligence to recognize when a door was open enough to acknowledge without being open enough to walk through. They moved on to the lesson. But something had shifted between them. A mutual acknowledgement of the shared wound that had brought them together. Spoken aloud for the first time and left sitting in the air like a bridge that neither needed to cross yet, because they were already standing on the same side. 3 weeks after Team 7 formation, Kakashi requested a meeting. Anko got the message through official channels, a note in her assignment box at the Jonin station, written in Kakashi's characteristically lazy hand. Mitarashi, Training Ground 3, Sunset, regarding our mutual interest. She arrived on time because, unlike certain Koppanin she could name, she respected the concept of punctuality as a social contract. Kakashi was already there, surprising, given his legendary tardiness, leaning against the center post of the training ground with his book open and his posture radiating the studied casualness of a man who was anything but casual. You're on time, she said. Should I be concerned? I'm on time for things that concern me. He closed the book. One gray eye regarded her with an intensity that his slouch was designed to camouflage. You've been training Naruto. No greeting, no small talk, no elaborate excuse about being late that doesn't apply because you're early. Anko. Kakashi, silence. The evening insects were loud. The training ground smelled like old wood and turned earth. He's different, Kakashi said. From what his file suggests, from what the academy reported, from what I expected, his taijutsu fundamentals have been restructured from the ground up. His tactical deployment of shadow clones is beyond genin level. He has rudimentary but functional counter-surveillance awareness. He reads body language with a precision I've only seen in T&I specialists, and his kunai accuracy has improved by roughly 300% in less than a month. A pause. That's not self-taught improvement, that's mentorship. Your observant must be the Sharingan. This is serious, Anko. I know it's serious, that's why I'm doing it. She leaned against a tree opposite him, matching his casual posture because body language was a game she'd been playing longer than most people realized. The kid was drowning, Kakashi. The academy didn't teach him, they warehoused him. 3 years of incorrect fundamentals, 0 personalized instruction, and a social environment that ranged from neglect to active hostility. Someone had to intervene, and you elected yourself. The Hokage assigned me to observe him. I observed that he was failing. I fixed it. You exceeded your assignment parameters. I exceeded them so effectively that the Hokage extended my assignment indefinitely without a word of objection. If he wanted me to stop, he'd say so. He hasn't. Kakashi studied her. She let him. She had nothing to hide, not from him, not about this. His taijutsu, Kakashi said. The stance work. It's not academy standard. It's not any standard I recognize. It's mine. Adapted for his body type and fighting style, academy stances are designed for controlled sparring environments. I trained him for uncontrolled ones. You trained a 12-year-old genin for real combat. I trained a 12-year-old genin to survive real combat. There's a nuance. Most genin don't encounter real combat. Most genin aren't Jinchuriki with a village full of enemies and a seal that makes them a target for every power-hungry psychopath on the continent. Naruto doesn't get to be most genin, Kakashi. He never did. The kindest thing anyone can do for that kid is prepare him for the reality of what his life is going to be, and the reality is that people are going to come for him. Not maybe, not someday, will. The evening light was fading. Kakashi's eye was in shadow, unreadable. You care about him. Kakashi said, not a question. Does that surprise you? Coming from you, slightly. Because I'm the snake woman, the curse mark carrier, the crazy proctor from the forest of death. Because you've never shown interest in teaching before, you've never mentored anyone. You've never attached yourself to another person's development the way you've attached to Naruto. It's new. Maybe I never found someone worth attaching to. That landed. She watched it land, the flinch behind Kakashi's mask, the slight shift in his posture. Because Kakashi knew better than almost anyone what it meant to find someone worth caring about and what it cost when you didn't show up for them. His father was my sensei, Kakashi said quietly. The air between them changed. This wasn't posturing anymore. This was something raw. I know. Anko said. I've watched him from a distance for 12 years, told myself it was enough, told myself it was what Minato-sensei would have wanted: distance, safety, normalcy. Let the boy grow up without the shadow of his father's legacy. Kakashi's hand went to the back of his neck, a gesture she recognized as discomfort, rare for him. I was wrong. The distance wasn't for his benefit, it was for mine. Looking at him is difficult. He has his mother's face and his father's eyes, and being near him makes me feel things I've spent 20 years learning not to feel. And now I've done the thing you couldn't do, and you're here to, what? Ask me to stop. Give me your blessing, assuage your guilt. I'm here to ask you to keep going. That she hadn't expected. I'm his Jonin sensei, Kakashi said. I'll teach him what I can: team dynamics, mission conduct, the technical skills appropriate to his rank and advancement. But what you're doing, the foundational work, the tactical development, the investment, I can't replicate that. Not the way you're doing it. You understand something about him that I'm only beginning to see, and you understand it because you've lived it. The mark, Anko said. The mark, the isolation, the way the village looks at you when it thinks you're not looking. I've never experienced that. I can empathize with it intellectually, but I can't know it the way you know it, and Naruto needs someone who knows. She was quiet for a while. The insects were really going now, a full evening chorus. The first stars were appearing above the tree line. I'm not going to stop, she said. I wasn't going to stop regardless of what you said tonight, but I appreciate that you're not standing in the way. I'm not standing in the way because it would be wrong to stand in the way, and because, frankly, attempting to stand in your way seems like a good method of losing limbs. Smart man. One condition. I don't do conditions. One request, then, keep me informed, not about the specifics of what you teach him, that's between you and him, but about his state, his mental health, his emotional trajectory. I failed him for 12 years. I won't fail him in the ways I can still control. She considered this. It was reasonable. Kakashi was, for all his faults, trying to do the right thing, late, imperfect, but genuine. Deal, she said. And Kakashi? HM. The next time you're 3 hours late to a team meeting, remember that your tardiness is 3 hours that Naruto spends sitting on a bridge thinking nobody's coming. He spent enough of his life waiting for people who don't show up. Kakashi didn't respond. But when Team 7 met the next morning, he was only 45 minutes late. It was the most punctual he'd been in years, and they both knew it was a start. The month turned. Anko's training intensified. She introduced him to environmental combat, fighting in water, in mud, in darkness, in confined spaces. She blindfolded him and had him spar with clones using only sound and spatial memory. She had him fight on rooftops where a wrong step meant a 3-story fall. She dropped him in the forest of death's outer perimeter, not the deadly interior, not yet, and made him navigate back to the village using only terrain reading and chakra sensing. The world is a weapon. She told him as he pulled himself out of a drainage canal, soaking wet and furious after she'd kicked him in during a pursuit exercise. Every surface, every shadow, every object in your environment is either a tool or a threat. Learn to see the tactical potential of everything around you. A puddle is concealment for a water clone. A tree branch is a springboard or a barricade. An alley is a kill zone or an escape route. Stop seeing the world as scenery and start seeing it as a battlefield. He absorbed it all. Not instantly, not perfectly, but with that relentless grinding persistence that was his defining trait. He failed more often than he succeeded. He fell off buildings. He got lost in the forest. He misjudged distances and mistimed attacks and got hit by training weapons that left welts he'd heal from in hours. But every failure became data, fed through the clone memory system, compounded across dozens of parallel experiences, and he was getting faster, not just physically, mentally. His processing speed in tactical situations was accelerating at a rate that Anko tracked in her notes with a mixture of pride and genuine alarm. During their sparring sessions, the gap was narrowing. Not closing, she was a Jonin, the gap was oceanic, but narrowing. His 3-minute survival challenge became a regular achievement, then 4 minutes, then 5. He wasn't winning. He wasn't supposed to be winning, but he was lasting, adapting, learning from each exchange in real time instead of just after. The shadow clone training multiplier was the key. Every evening, 100 clones working in parallel. Their experiences flowing back to Naruto when they dispelled. The equivalent of months of practice compressed into weeks. His body couldn't keep up with the skill acquisition. His muscle memory lagged behind his tactical knowledge, creating a gap between what he knew and what he could execute. But the gap was closing, slowly, relentlessly, as his physical conditioning caught up to his accelerating mental framework. She taught him to channel killing intent on a Thursday evening when the sunset was the color of blood. He stood in the clearing with his eyes closed, reaching for that hot place in his chest that she'd shown him weeks ago. She watched his chakra fluctuate. Her sensing ability was limited, but she could feel the broad strokes, and Naruto's chakra was about as subtle as a thunderstorm. "Don't force it," she said. "Intent isn't a technique, it's a state. You don't perform killing intent, you become killing intent. Think about what drives you. Not anger, anger burns out. Think about the thing underneath the anger, the thing that doesn't flinch. I'm thinking about Iruka-sensei." "What about him?" "The night Mizuki attacked. Iruka threw himself over me. He took a shuriken, a giant one in the back, for me. And Mizuki was standing there saying all this stuff about how everyone hated me, and how I was the demon fox and I should just die, and Iruka was bleeding on top of me, and I thought, The air pressure changed. I thought, if Mizuki kills Iruka, I will never stop. The change intensified. Anko felt it press against her skin like standing in front of an open furnace. The grass at Naruto's feet flattened. The trees at the edge of the clearing creaked. It wasn't killing intent, it was bigger than that, rower, unfocused and wild. But the core of it, the white-hot center, was unmistakably the seed of something that would one day make strong men hesitate. There, she breathed. Hold it. He held it for 3 seconds before it collapsed, and he staggered, gasping. That was intense. That was raw, completely unrefined. Like everything else about you, she grinned, and this time she didn't bother hiding the pride. But the raw material is there, and the raw material is strong, we'll shape it. He grinned back, tired, shaking, triumphant. They worked on it for another hour. By the end, he could produce a targeted pulse of intent that made the hair stand up on Anko's arms. Not enough to freeze an enemy, not yet, but a foundation. This will save your life someday, she told him as they packed up for the night. Maybe not against another shinobi, but against bandits, against civilians turned hostile, against anyone who isn't trained to push through the fear response. A pulse of intent can end a confrontation before it starts. And ending fights before they start is always better than winning them. You say that a lot. The thing about not having to hurt people. Because it matters. She slid a dango stick from her coat, her last one, she'd been saving it, and bit off a ball. I've hurt a lot of people, Naruto, part of the job, but every person you hurt, even when it's justified, takes something from you. A small piece. You don't notice it at first, but over years, over dozens of missions, over all the bodies you step over, the pieces add up. And one day you look in the mirror and you can't find what was there when you started. She hadn't meant to say that. It had come out of a place she kept locked, and the fact that Naruto's presence kept picking that lock without trying was something she was going to have to deal with eventually. He was looking at her with that expression. The too old, too understanding one. Is that what happened to you? I'm still finding the pieces. Some of them are in places I didn't expect. She looked at him sidelong. Some of them are in this training ground. He opened his mouth, to say something earnest, no doubt, something that would crack her open further, and she shoved the dango stick into his hand before he could speak. Eat, go home, sleep, and for the love of everything, eat a vegetable. He ate the dango on the way home. She watched him go. A small figure in a dark street, walking toward an empty apartment with a practiced stride that knew every shadow and every shortcut, and every route that avoided the places where people would look at him wrong. Tomorrow she'd push him harder. Tomorrow there would be new drills and new scenarios and new challenges that would make him curse her name while simultaneously making him stronger, faster, smarter, more dangerous. But tonight, she stood in an empty training ground and realized, with a certainty that settled into her bones like warmth, that this was the most purposeful she'd felt since before the curse mark. Since before Orochimaru. Since before the world had shown her its teeth, and she'd decided to grow sharper ones. Naruto Uzumaki had given her something she hadn't known she was missing, and she was going to make damn sure that the investment went both ways. The event that crystallized everything happened on a Wednesday, exactly 1 month after she'd thrown that first kunai near his head. Naruto was walking home from a team training session. She was following at her usual distance. Not truly surveilling anymore, more like a habit that she maintained, because the alternative was admitting she was escorting him, and escorts implied worry and worry implied attachment, and attachment was a word she still flinched from. He was passing through the market district, weaving through the early evening crowds with the particular body language of someone accustomed to making themselves small in public spaces. Head slightly down, shoulders slightly in. Not cringing, not cowering. Naruto didn't cower. But minimized, as if he could reduce his footprint enough to pass through unnoticed. She hated watching it. Every time, he turned down a side street, a shortcut to his apartment complex that avoided the main residential areas. It was a route he'd used 100 times, she knew, mapped and memorized during his years of navigating a hostile village. The Chunin was waiting at the corner. Not Takeda, someone else. Younger, sharper. Standing in a way that wasn't quite casual and wasn't quite aggressive, occupying the space between coincidence and intent, Naruto saw him and slowed. His body language shifted, subtle, but Anko caught it, weight dropping slightly, hands moving to a more accessible position. The awareness she'd taught him activating like a switch being thrown. Uzumaki Naruto, the Chunin said, friendly voice, open posture, smile that hit all the right notes and none of the right feelings. Yeah, my name's Sai. I was hoping we could talk. Anko, in the shadow of a rooftop 30 meters away, went very still. Sai, pale skin, dark hair, flat eyes, smile that looked learned rather than felt. She didn't recognize the face, but she recognized the manufacture. The emotional blankness, the too-perfect social mimicry, the way he stood like a weapon in a human-shaped holster. Root. One of Danzo's, her hand went to her kunai. She didn't draw, not yet. But her fingers rested on the grip, and her body shifted into the ready state that lived one heartbeat away from violence. Below, Naruto was assessing. She could see him doing it, reading body language the way she'd taught him, checking sight lines, noting escape routes. Processing the encounter through the lens of everything she'd given him. Talk about what? Naruto said. His voice was friendly, easy, but his weight had shifted to his back foot, a ready stance disguised as casual standing. About your potential. I represent an organization that recognizes talent, Naruto, the kind of talent that the regular shinobi system often overlooks. Sai's smile widened. It was technically flawless and completely dead behind the eyes. We've been watching your progress. It's impressive. Thanks. Who's we? People who could offer you resources, training, purpose, the kind of advancement that Team 7 can't provide. Naruto tilted his head. That's a lot of vague words for someone who wants to talk. Something flickered across Sai's face, surprise maybe, quickly buried. He hadn't expected pushback of that specific quality. He'd expected a lonely boy desperate for validation, not someone who'd been trained to recognize the architecture of manipulation. I understand your caution. It's admirable, but consider. Here's what I'm considering. Naruto said, and his voice dropped the friendly pretense. Not aggressive, not hostile, just direct in a way that was entirely new for him and entirely Anko's influence. You know my name, which means you've done homework. You approached me alone on a route I use regularly, which means you've been surveilling me. You're offering me something without telling me who you are, who you work for, or what you want in return. In my experience, he paused, and Anko could practically see him quoting her. People who offer something for nothing always want something that's worth more than what they're giving. Sai's expression didn't change, but his posture did. Micro-adjustments that signaled recalculation. Whoever he'd been briefed on, it wasn't the Naruto standing in front of him. I see someone's been educating you, Sai said, and the pretense of warmth dropped from his voice like a mask falling. What was underneath was smooth and blank as polished stone. Mitarashi Anko, your surveillance detail turned mentor, an interesting choice given her history. I'd be careful talking about Anko to me, Naruto said. Quiet, steady, and underneath the steadiness, the faintest pressure of killing intent, barely a whisper, probably invisible to a non-sensor, but there. Anko's heart was doing something she couldn't name. I didn't come here to discuss your handler, Sai said. I came to offer an opportunity. Think about it. When you're ready, I'll find you. He turned and walked away. No rush, no drama. The efficient departure of someone who had delivered a message and considered the mission complete regardless of the response. Naruto watched him go. Stood in the alley for a long time, alone, processing. Then he looked up, directly at the rooftop where Anko was perched. He couldn't see her. She was sure he couldn't see her. But he looked right at where she was, and his expression said, I know you're there and I know you saw that. She dropped to street level and landed in front of him. Root, he said. She blinked. How do you? You told me about shadows that operate in the Hokage shadow. You said they'd be cold, mechanical, that they'd approach me eventually with an offer that sounded good and smelled wrong. He met her eyes. You prepared me for this. I prepared you for the possibility. I didn't think they'd move this soon. The guy, sigh, he's dangerous. Everything Danzo touches is dangerous, but you handled it well. You handled it exactly right. She put a hand on his shoulder. She almost never touched him. Physical contact wasn't her default, and maintaining professional distance was supposed to be important. But in this moment, with the adrenaline of watching a root operative approach her kid, when had he become her kid, the hand landed on his shoulder and stayed. You're on their radar now, she said. Not just as the Jinchuriki, as someone with training, with awareness, with potential they can't predict. That makes you more interesting to them and more threatening. What do? We don't change anything. You keep training, you keep growing. You keep being so good that they can't touch you without consequences they can't afford. She squeezed his shoulder once, then let go. And if they come at you again, you tell me, immediately, not after, during. And if they come at you, the question surprised her. Not the words, the weight behind them. The implication that he'd considered the threat flowing in her direction and was concerned about it. Kid, I'm a special Jonin with 20 years of experience, a snake summoning contract, and a professional background in interrogation and torture. Anyone who comes at me is going to have a very educational evening. He laughed, and the tension broke, and they walked to Ikaraku together for the first time. Not her trailing from rooftops, not her watching from a distance, but walking side by side through the streets of Konoha while people looked and whispered and Anko met their stares with the kind of flat, challenging eye contact that communicated say something, I dare you in a language that needed no translation. They ate ramen together. Tuchai gave Anko an approving nod that held more weight than any official commendation she'd ever received. Iame brought extra pork slices without being asked. Naruto ate 4 bowls and told her about Team 7's latest D-rank mission, catching a cat named Tora for the 100th time. And Anko ate 2 bowls and told him about the time she'd accidentally released a box of venomous snakes in the mission assignment room. And they laughed like people who'd found something worth laughing about in a world that hadn't given either of them much to laugh about before. When they parted at the corner near his apartment, he said, Anko. What? Same time tomorrow. Same time tomorrow. He went upstairs. She watched his light come on, the kitchen window, the one with the broken latch she kept telling him to fix. She stayed until the light went off an hour later, and then she went home through the dark streets of a village that had given them both teeth marks and told them to be grateful. Her report to the Hokage that night was 8 pages. It covered Naruto's training progress, his tactical development, the route approach, and her assessment of his psychological trajectory. It was thorough, clinical, and professional. The last line, however, was none of those things. Recommendation. Subject's continued development under current mentorship arrangement is not only beneficial but essential. Discontinuation is not an option I will accept. Mitarashi, the Hokage read the report the next morning. He read the last line twice. Then he looked out his window at the village below, the rooftops and the streets, and the people living their complicated lives in the shadow of a mountain carved with the faces of leaders who had all, in their own ways, tried and failed to protect every child within these walls. Well, Minato, he said to the face on the mountain, someone finally showed up for your boy. He filed the report and didn't write a response. None was needed. Anko already knew. Chapter 3. Team 7 and the woman in the trench coat Kakashi was 53 minutes late. Naruto sat on the bridge railing with his legs dangling over the water, spinning a kunai around his index finger in a pattern Anko had taught him, a dexterity exercise disguised as fidgeting. The motion was automatic now, the kunai tracing smooth orbits without conscious thought, which was the entire point. Train the hands until they don't need the brain. Free the brain for other things. Sasuke stood at the opposite end of the bridge with his hands in his pockets and his eyes on the middle distance, performing his daily impression of a brooding statue. Sakura occupied the space between them, close enough to Sasuke to signal interest and far enough from Naruto to signal the opposite. And she was talking about something Naruto had stopped listening to 11 minutes ago, because it was about Sasuke, and everything Sakura said was about Sasuke. The kunai spun. The river moved. The sun climbed. "He's always late," Sakura said, finally abandoning her Sasuke monologue in favor of a complaint everyone could agree on. "Every single day. Why does he do this?" Naruto caught the kunai without looking and slipped it back into his holster. "Habit. Some kind of personal ritual he ties to something emotional, probably guilt-related. The regularity of the lateness is too consistent to be random. It's not that he loses track of time. He's deliberately arriving late by a specific margin, which means the lateness serves a psychological function." The silence that followed was heavy enough to have its own gravitational field. Sakura was staring at him. Even Sasuke had turned his head, a fractional movement, barely worth noting, but from Sasuke it was the equivalent of a dramatic double-take. Naruto replayed what he'd just said in his head and realized he'd accidentally let the mask slip. The analysis was pure Anko, her voice in his head, her framework, her way of dissecting human behavior like a surgeon dissecting tissue. He'd gotten so used to thinking that way during their evening sessions that it had leaked into his daytime persona. He grinned and scratched the back of his head. "I mean, he's probably just lazy, right? Classic Kakashi sensei." Sakura's expression hovered between suspicion and dismissal. Dismissal won, because dismissal was the default setting for anything Naruto-related in her worldview. Whatever, it's still rude. Sasuke's eyes lingered on Naruto for another 2 seconds before returning to the middle distance. Those 2 seconds were longer than any attention Sasuke had voluntarily given him before, and Naruto filed it away the way Anko had taught him to file things, without reaction, without acknowledgement, but with full retention. Kakashi arrived at the 57-minute mark, appearing on the bridge post in a swirl of leaves with his hand raised in greeting and his eye curved in its signature non-smile. "Yo, sorry I'm late. A black cat crossed my path and I had to take the long way." "Liar." Sakura and Naruto shouted in unison, and even that shared outburst felt different now. Naruto's was performed, calibrated, the expected response from the expected version of himself. He wondered how long he could keep the two versions aligned before the gap became visible. Right. Kakashi dropped from the post with the boneless grace that made everything he did look effortless. "Mission today, D rank. We're cleaning the river in the Eastern District." Sakura deflated. Sasuke's jaw tightened. Naruto said nothing, because Anko had taught him that D-rank missions, while tedious, were team cohesion exercises. And team cohesion was the foundation that everything else was built on. Also because she'd told him, in her characteristically blunt way, that the genin who complains about D ranks is the genin who isn't ready for C ranks. And if you complain in front of Kakashi, I will personally make your next training session a living hell. They cleaned the river. It was exactly as tedious as it sounded. Naruto used shadow clones to speed the process, a dozen of them wading into the water, hauling out debris, working with a quiet efficiency that was new and that Kakashi definitely noticed. The old Naruto would have made 100 clones and turned the whole thing into chaos. The current Naruto used 12 and finished the job in a third of the time. Sasuke watched the clones work. His expression was unreadable, but Naruto caught the assessment happening behind those dark eyes, the Uchiha processing the tactical deployment, the coordination, the disciplined restraint of using enough force and no more. "You're using fewer clones than usual," Sasuke said. It was the first unsolicited observation Sasuke had directed at Naruto in weeks, and it landed with the weight of a diplomatic overture. "Quality over quantity," Naruto said, hauling a rusted bicycle frame out of the shallows. "Since when do you think about quality?" "Since someone told me that brute force is for people who can't think of anything better." Sasuke's eyebrow twitched, almost imperceptibly. "Someone's been giving you advice." "Someone's been giving me a lot of things, mostly bruises and homework." A flicker of something crossed Sasuke's face, not quite interest, not quite respect, but adjacent to both. Then the walls came back up, and he returned to his section of the river without another word. Kakashi observed the exchange from the bank, book open, eye apparently fixed on the page. Apparently, after the mission, they trained. Standard team exercises, formation drills, communication protocols, basic combination attacks. Kakashi ran them through scenarios with methodical patience that belied the depth of his tactical mind. He was testing them constantly, Naruto realized, not just their skills but their dynamics. How they communicated under pressure, where the friction points were, who deferred to whom and when. The friction points were obvious. Sasuke operated as a solo unit who tolerated teammates. Sakura operated as a Sasuke support unit who tolerated missions. Naruto operated as the bridge between them, the loud, elastic personality that could absorb Sasuke's coldness and Sakura's dismissiveness and keep the team functional through sheer force of social persistence. But the bridge was changing shape. Naruto found himself adjusting his approach, not consciously, not strategically, but instinctively. He pushed back against Sasuke's unilateral decisions instead of just arguing. He asked Sakura's opinion on tactical choices instead of just seeking her approval. Small shifts. Tectonic, during a 3-on-1 drill against Kakashi, a hopeless exercise designed to teach team coordination through repeated failure, Naruto tried something new. Sakura, left flank. Sasuke, straight approach. I'll handle the rest. Sakura blinked. Sasuke's head turned. Neither of them was accustomed to Naruto issuing tactical directives. "Since when do you give orders?" Sasuke said, and his voice had an edge but also, buried deep, almost invisible, a note of genuine curiosity. "Since I started thinking about this as a team exercise instead of 3 people fighting the same guy separately. Kakashi-sensei's faster and stronger than all of us. The only way we make him work is if we coordinate. Sasuke, you're the strongest direct combatant. Your job is to engage and hold his attention. Sakura, you flank left and look for openings, throw kunai when you see them, force him to track multiple threats. I'll use clones to control the space and create the openings you two exploit." Silence. "That's actually not terrible," Sakura said slowly. "Don't sound so surprised." Sasuke studied him for a long moment, then, "Fine, but if your clones get in my way, I'm going through them." "They won't be in your way, they'll be in Kakashi-sensei's way." They ran the drill. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't close to perfect. Sakura's flanking was hesitant. Sasuke broke formation twice to press advantages that existed only in his head, and Naruto's clone screen was too dense in places and too thin in others. Kakashi dismantled them in under 90 seconds, but for 45 of those seconds, they fought as a unit. Real coordination. Real synergy. Sasuke's aggressive pressure, Sakura's ranged support, Naruto's clones creating a web of obstacles that channeled Kakashi's movements into predictable patterns. For 45 seconds, an elite Jonin had to actually think about his responses instead of just flowing through 3 separate attacks. Kakashi called a halt. He was standing in the middle of the training ground with a dispelled clone's smoke still fading around him, and his eye was doing the thing it did when he was genuinely considering something. "Again," he said. They ran it again. This time, Naruto adjusted the clone screen based on the first attempt, thinner in the center to give Sasuke room, denser on the flanks to support Sakura's kunai angles. Sasuke stayed in formation longer. Sakura threw with more confidence, 62 seconds before Kakashi dismantled them. Again. 71 seconds. Again. 84. "That's enough," Kakashi said. He was looking at Naruto, not at Sasuke, who was breathing hard but unbroken, not at Sakura, who was flushed with exertion and something that looked like surprise at her own performance, at Naruto. "Good work. All 3 of you. Same time tomorrow." Sakura left first, calling a goodbye to Sasuke that was ignored with characteristic efficiency. Sasuke left second, pausing at the edge of the training ground to look back at Naruto with an expression that Naruto was learning to read. Not the hostility of a rival, exactly, but the wariness of someone who'd established a hierarchy and was suddenly unsure if it still held. That thing you did with the clones, Sasuke said. The screen formation, where'd you learn that? Around. That's not an answer. It's the answer you're getting. See you tomorrow, Sasuke. Sasuke's jaw tightened. He left. Naruto stood alone in the training ground. Or apparently alone. Kakashi was still there, perched on a post, book out, performing the elaborate pantomime of casual indifference that was his default social strategy. Naruto. Yeah, sensei. The tactical coordination today, the clone screen concept, the flanking deployment. Kakashi's book closed with a soft sound. None of that is in the academy curriculum. None of it is in any genin training manual I'm aware of. I've been doing extra studying. Studying with whom? Naruto met his eye. Kakashi already knew. He'd told Anko as much at their meeting. This wasn't a question. It was a test of whether Naruto would be honest. Anko Mitarashi, Naruto said. She's been training me evenings. You already know that. Kakashi's eye curved in what might have been approval. I wanted to hear you say it. Honesty with your commanding officer is non-negotiable. If someone's influencing your combat development, I need to know who and how. She's not influencing me. She's teaching me. There's a difference. Yeah, influencing means changing how I think without me knowing. Teaching means giving me tools and letting me decide how to use them. Anko doesn't tell me what to think. She shows me how to look at things, and then I think for myself. Kakashi was quiet for a moment. That, he said, is an extremely mature distinction for a 12-year-old. I'm an extremely mature 12-year-old. You ate paste during the mission briefing yesterday. It looked like frosting, and that doesn't count because it does count. Dismissed, Naruto. But the eye was curved again, and the warmth in it was real. Tell Anko that the clone screen is good work. The density distribution needs refinement, too heavy on the left flank, not enough center lane pressure, but the concept is sound. Tell her yourself. Perhaps I will. Kakashi disappeared in a swirl of leaves, and Naruto was alone in the fading afternoon light, grinning at empty air. Evening. Training Ground 14. The familiar clearing with its scarred earth and battered targets. Anko was eating dango when he arrived, sitting on the center post with one leg dangling and the other folded beneath her, looking completely at ease in a way that Naruto had learned to distrust, because Anko at ease was Anko about to do something unexpected. How was team training? She asked without looking up. Good. We ran 3-on-1 drills against Kakashi. I used the clone screen formation. And we lasted 84 seconds on the best run. He said the density distribution was off, too heavy on the left flank. He's right. Your instinct is to overprotect the weakest position, which means Sakura's flank. That's tactically generous but strategically inefficient. Distribute evenly and let each position fight its own weight. If Sakura can't hold a standard flank with clone support, the problem isn't the support, it's Sakura's readiness, and that's Kakashi's job to address. Naruto filed that away. Sasuke asked me where I learned the screen formation. What'd you tell him? Nothing useful. Good. Not because it's a secret, but because Sasuke processes information differently than you. He sees capability as a competition. If he knows you have an external advantage, a trainer, a mentor, he'll frame it as an inequality rather than a resource. Let him figure out that you're improving and sit with the discomfort of not knowing why. That discomfort will either motivate him to improve himself or motivate him to investigate, and both outcomes are useful. That's kind of manipulative. It's kind of strategic. Manipulation is when you distort truth for selfish gain. Strategy is when you manage information flow for collective benefit. You want Sasuke to push himself harder. Let him be confused about why you're catching up. Naruto thought about this. It sat uncomfortably alongside his preference for directness, but he could see the logic. Sasuke was driven by comparison, always measuring himself against others, always needing to be the benchmark. If Naruto's improvement was mysterious, it became a puzzle that Sasuke would try to solve through his own effort. If it was explained, it became an advantage to be neutralized. Okay, he said. What are we working on tonight? Anko finished her dango and dropped off the post. The casual ease evaporated. What replaced it was the focused intensity that meant she'd been planning something specific and was about to make his life difficult in educational ways. Tonight we're going to talk about your team, not the training, the people. The people, Sasuke and Sakura. I need you to understand what you're working with, because a team is only as strong as its weakest dynamic, and your team's dynamics are a mess. She sat cross-legged on the ground and gestured for him to do the same. It felt odd. They usually started with physical work. But Anko's curriculum was never linear, and she shifted between domains with the unpredictability of someone who understood that real shinobi education didn't have subject headings. Uchiha Sasuke, she said. What do you see? Talented, strong, fast, best taijutsu in our class. Fire-style ninjutsu that's way beyond genin level. Arrogant. Go deeper. Naruto paused. Thought about it the way Anko had taught him, not the surface, not the presentation, but the machinery underneath. Angry, like fundamentally angry all the time, but it's controlled. Cold anger, not hot. He doesn't explode, he compresses. Everything about him is compressed. His words, his movements, his relationships. He keeps everything tight and close because if he lets it expand, it'll break something. Him, probably. Anko nodded slowly. The Uchiha massacre. You know about it? His whole clan was killed by his brother, Itachi, when Sasuke was 7. 7 years old, and he came home to a compound full of corpses. His entire world, family, identity, community, erased in one night by the person he trusted most. Think about what that does to a developing mind. Think about the conclusions a 7-year-old draws from that experience. Naruto didn't have to think hard. He knew what isolation did to a developing mind. He'd lived it from a different angle, but the same fundamental wound. The knowledge that the world could be cruel without reason, and that the people who should protect you might be the ones who destroy you. He decided he couldn't trust anyone, Naruto said. And he decided he had to be strong enough alone that he'd never need to. Exactly. Sasuke's entire personality is a trauma response. The coldness, the isolation, the relentless drive, it's all organized around a single imperative: never be vulnerable again. And the target of that imperative is Itachi. Everything Sasuke does is aimed at becoming strong enough to kill his brother, not to be a good shinobi, not to protect the village, not to build relationships, to kill one man. That's dangerous. A shinobi whose entire motivation is revenge is a shinobi who'll sacrifice anything to achieve it: teammates, ethics, loyalty. I'm not telling you this so you'll fear him or hate him. I'm telling you so you'll understand what you're dealing with. Sasuke is your teammate. He's also a bomb with a very specific detonator, and if someone presses that detonator, the blast radius will include everyone standing near him. The weight of that settled between them. Naruto stared at the ground, processing. Haruno Sakura, Anko continued. Sakura's. Don't be polite. Be accurate. Sakura's smart, but she doesn't use it. She has the best chakra control in our class. Iruka sensei said so during a review. Her theoretical scores are near the top, but she doesn't train. Not really. She goes through the motions because the academy requires it, but she doesn't push herself because she doesn't see herself as a fighter. She sees herself as, I don't know, a spectator. Someone who's there because she's supposed to be, not because she chose to be. Why is she a shinobi? Naruto frowned. I don't actually know. Neither does she. That's the problem. Sakura became a ninja for social reasons. Her friend Ino was doing it, her parents supported it, the academy accepted her. She fell into the profession the way water falls into a hole, through gravity, not intention. She has no personal drive, no core motivation, and no identity as a combatant. She defines herself through her relationship to Sasuke, which means her performance will always be limited by her willingness to risk that relationship through genuine self-assertion. That's kind of harsh. That's kind of accurate, and harsh truths are kinder than comfortable lies. Sakura has enormous untapped potential. Her chakra control is rare, the kind of precision that makes for devastating medical ninjutsu or genjutsu. But someone needs to ignite the spark that turns potential into ambition, and right now, Sasuke's shadow is smothering it. Can I help her? Anko looked at him with an expression he couldn't fully read, something soft underneath the sharpness. You can model what it looks like to take yourself seriously. You can treat her as a capable teammate and hold her to the same standard you hold yourself. You can stop performing the idiot routine around her, because every time you play dumb, you're reinforcing her belief that you're not worth taking seriously, and that belief extends to herself by proximity. If you're a joke and she's on a team with you, what does that make her? That hit harder than he expected. He'd never considered that his class clown act might have collateral effects on how his teammates saw themselves. Okay, he said. So Sasuke's a revenge-driven trauma case, Sakura's an untapped talent with no self-identity, and I'm a Jinchuriki with a dead-last reputation who's secretly been training with a crazy snake lady. Special Jonin crazy snake lady. The rank matters, he laughed. She didn't, but her eyes were warm. Your team is a mess, Anko said, but it's a mess with potential. Sasuke's power, Sakura's precision, your creativity and resilience on paper, it's one of the strongest compositions in this year's Genin core. The question is whether you can get it to function before something forces it to. Something's going to force it. Something always forces it. That's what missions are for. D ranks teach cooperation, C ranks teach pressure. And somewhere out there, probably sooner than you think, a mission is going to go wrong in a way that can't be fixed by cleaning rivers or catching cats, and your team will either hold together or shatter. She stood, brushing dirt from her coat. Enough analysis. Time to train. Tonight we're working on something new. New, explosive tags. His face lit up in a way that made her immediately question the wisdom of this particular curriculum addition. Wait, actual explosive tags, like boom, but controlled boom, directed boom. Boom with purpose and precision, not boom for the sake of boom. She pulled a storage scroll from her coat, unrolled it, and released a rack of practice explosive tags. Low yield, more flash than force, designed for training without the inconvenient side effect of destroying the training ground. An explosive tag is the great equalizer. It doesn't care how strong you are, how fast you are, or how many jutsu you know. A correctly placed tag will ruin anyone's day. And placement is everything. A tag in the right spot is a surgical tool. A tag in the wrong spot is a waste. She spent the next 3 hours teaching him the fundamentals of demolitions. Placement, timing, daisy chaining for sequential detonation, the physics of blast direction, and the art of concealment. His shadow clones made the practice terrifyingly efficient, a dozen clones placing tags simultaneously, each dispelling its results back to Naruto, compounding his understanding of blast radii and structural weaknesses at an accelerated rate. By the end of the session, he could place a tag on a tree trunk that would blow the trunk in a specific direction with consistent reliability. He could rig a tripwire detonation that was nearly invisible in undergrowth. He could, and this one she was particularly proud of, attach a tag to a shadow clone, have the clone engage an enemy, and time the clone's dispel to coincide with the tag's detonation, turning the clone itself into a delivery system. Clone bomb. He said, staring at the scorch mark where his clone and tag combo had obliterated a practice dummy. I just invented the clone bomb. You didn't invent it. It's a known technique in special operations, but you reinvented it independently, which is almost more impressive. She smacked the back of his head lightly. Don't get cocky. The clone bomb is effective against targets that don't know about it. Against anyone who's seen it once, it becomes predictable. Every technique has a shelf life. The moment it's been observed, the counter-development clock starts ticking. So I need lots of techniques. You need lots of applications of the techniques you have. There's a difference. You know shadow clones, transformation, substitution, and now explosive tag deployment. That's 4 tools. But the combinations are nearly infinite. Clone disguised as a tag disguised as a clone carrying a tag while transformed as a rock, substitution with a tagged clone at the moment of detonation. Think in combinations, not collections. He nodded, absorbing, and she could see the combinations already forming behind his eyes, the creative engine that was his greatest gift grinding through possibilities like a mill grinding grain. "Go home," she said. "Sleep. Eat a vegetable. I mean it about the vegetables." "I ate a carrot yesterday." "A single carrot is not. It was a big carrot. Go home." He went, laughing, and she cleaned up the training ground by the light of the rising moon, placing the used practice tags in a disposal seal and smoothing out the scorch marks with a minor earth technique she'd picked up on a mission to Iwa years ago. The training ground looked untouched by the time she was done. No evidence, no trace, just the way she liked it. The route surveillance continued. She felt it like a persistent itch between her shoulder blades, the presence of watchers who moved like shadows and thought like machines. They didn't approach Naruto again. Sai's visit had been a probe, testing the waters, and Naruto's response had apparently warranted a strategic withdrawal to reassess. But they were still watching. Anko felt them during her evening sessions, during her morning errands, during the quiet moments in her apartment when the walls should have felt safe and didn't. She took it to the Hokage on a Thursday afternoon, walking through the door like a normal person for once, because this conversation needed to be on the record. Hiruzen was dealing with paperwork, the endless, crushing tide of administrative bureaucracy that had probably killed more Hokage than enemy action. He looked up when she entered, and his expression did the thing she'd learned to read as "I've been expecting this visit, and I'm not looking forward to it." Root made contact with Naruto, she said. No preamble, the Hokage set down his pen. "When?" "5 days ago." A pale kid named Sai approached him on his evening route, offered him resources, training, advancement, the standard recruitment pitch. And Naruto's response? He read the approach correctly, declined without escalating, and reported it to me immediately. Something like pride flickered across the old man's face. "You've taught him well." "I've taught him to recognize threats. This is a threat that shouldn't exist, Hokage-sama. Root was supposed to be disbanded. Root was ordered to be disbanded. There is, as you are well aware, a gap between orders and execution when it comes to Shimura Danzo. So close the gap. If it were that simple, it would already be done." Hiruzen picked up his pipe, turned it in his hands without lighting it, a thinking gesture. Danzo operates in spaces that are difficult to illuminate without destabilizing structures that the village depends on. His intelligence network, however unauthorized, provides information that our official channels miss. His operatives, however unconventionally trained, have served Konoha's interests in situations where conventional forces could not. He's running a private army of child soldiers underneath your nose, and you're justifying it with intelligence value. I'm explaining the constraint. Not justifying it. Anko's teeth ground together. She forced herself to stop. "What about Naruto? Are you going to protect him, or am I on my own?" "You are not on your own. I will speak with Danzo directly. Naruto is under my protection and under Kakashi's command. Any further recruitment attempts will be treated as insubordination at best and sedition at worst. And if Danzo doesn't listen, then the consequences will escalate accordingly. But Anko," the Hokage's voice took on a weight that had nothing to do with volume, "be careful how hard you push. Danzo is dangerous not because of what he can do, but because of what he's willing to do. He believes, genuinely believes, that his methods serve Konoha. That conviction makes him unpredictable in ways that pure ambition does not. I'm not afraid of Danzo. I know. That's what concerns me." She left the Hokage's office through the window, old habits, and spent the rest of the afternoon running counter-surveillance routes through the village, doubling back on her own trail, varying her patterns, making sure that anyone tracking her movements would have to work for it. In the evening, she arrived at Training Ground 14 from a different direction than usual, 30 minutes early, and swept the perimeter for monitoring devices. She found one a tiny chakra-reactive listening seal pressed into the bark of a tree at the clearing's edge. Root standard issue. She recognized the design from her work in T&I, where confiscated root equipment sometimes crossed her desk. She left the seal in place. Removing it would alert the operator. Instead, she made a mental note of its position and filed the information for later use. Then she sat on the center post and waited for Naruto, and decided that Danzo Shimura had made a significant miscalculation. He thought he was monitoring a Jinchuriki's training. He was actually monitoring a special Jonin's growing list of reasons to make his life extremely difficult. Team 7 mission load increased. D ranks gave way to more complex D ranks, construction assistance, border fence repair, supply escort within fire country. Kakashi was easing them up the difficulty curve, Naruto realized, building their operational stamina before making the jump to C rank. The team dynamics were shifting. Slowly, painfully, like a dislocated joint being eased back into its socket. Sasuke still operated as a solo unit, but the edges were softening. During a supply escort mission, guarding a merchant's cart along a road that was technically bandit-free but practically optimistic, Naruto had deployed scout clones at a 200-meter radius around the cart, creating a mobile sensor perimeter that would alert them to any approach. Sasuke had watched the deployment and, without comment, adjusted his own position to cover the sector that Naruto's clones were thinnest. It was a tactical accommodation, acknowledging Naruto's screen and integrating with it rather than operating independently. Naruto hadn't mentioned it. Hadn't acknowledged it, but he'd seen it and it mattered. Sakura was harder. Her combat growth was glacial compared to the boys, and Naruto could see the frustration building in her, the quiet shame of being the weakest link, the growing awareness that the gap between her and her teammates was widening rather than narrowing. After a team sparring session that had left Sakura sitting on the sidelines for most of the exercise, because Sasuke and Naruto's exchanges had escalated beyond her ability to participate, Naruto found her sitting alone at the training ground's edge, knees drawn up, staring at nothing. He sat down next to her, not too close, not too far, the Anko-calibrated distance that communicated "I'm here if you want to talk without the pressure of you have to talk." "I suck," Sakura said. "No, don't do that. Don't give me the cheerful speech. I have eyes, Naruto. You and Sasuke are." She gestured vaguely at the training ground where Kakashi was demonstrating a technique to Sasuke. "You're both getting stronger every day. I'm standing still." "You're not standing still. Your kunai accuracy is..." "My kunai accuracy is adequate. Everything about me is adequate." "I'm an adequate shinobi on a team with a genius, Ine." She stopped, looked at him sideways. "Whatever you are. Whatever I am. You're different, Naruto. From the academy, something changed. You move differently. You think differently. You're still loud and annoying, but underneath that there's..." "I don't know, something sharper." He let the silence sit, then, "I found someone who believed I could be more than what the academy said I was, and she pushed me. Hard, harder than anyone had ever pushed me. And it turned out that the ceiling everyone said I had wasn't a ceiling. It was just the floor of a room nobody had shown me yet." Sakura looked at him. Really looked, not the dismissive glance, not the surface-level assessment, but the kind of genuine, searching look that she usually reserved for Sasuke. "Who?" "Someone you'd like, probably. She's terrifying and brilliant, and she doesn't take excuses. She told me once that potential is worthless without direction, and direction is worthless without motivation, and motivation is worthless without someone who gives enough of a damn to point you at the right mountain." "And she pointed you at a mountain?" "She pointed me at myself." Turns out that was the mountain. Sakura was quiet for a while, her arms tightened around her knees. "I don't have a mountain, I don't even have a hill. I became a ninja because Ino did, and because I wanted to be close to Sasuke, and neither of those is a reason. Not a real one." "Then find a real one. Easy to say." "Never said it was easy. I said find one. What do you care about, Sakura? Not who, what." Chapter 4. The Land of Waves, the mission request, was supposed to be simple. Naruto knew this because Kakashi said so, and because the Hokage's expression when he assigned, It carried the particular brand of confidence that old men wore when they believed the world would behave itself. A C-rank escort mission, protect a bridge builder named Tazuna on his journey home to the land of waves. Bandits at worst, a walk in pleasant country at best. Tazuna himself was a weathered man with a straw hat and a sake flask, and the kind of casual disdain for shinobi that Naruto recognized as a performance. The old man was rude and dismissive and kept calling them kids, which they were, but the way he said it had an edge that didn't match the supposed simplicity of the job. His eyes moved too much. He drank too steadily, not the drinking of a man who enjoyed sake, but the drinking of a man who was trying to drown something that kept surfacing. Anko had taught Naruto to watch the eyes. He watched Tazuna's eyes and saw fear dressed up as contempt, and he filed that away and said nothing. They left Konoha through the main gate on a morning that smelled like cut grass and possibility. Naruto walked at the rear of the formation, Kakashi's standard arrangement, with Sasuke on point, Sakura flanking the client, and Naruto covering their six. It was a positioning that most people would read as putting the weakest member in the least critical spot. Naruto read it differently, because Anko had taught him to read formations the way she read people, by what they concealed, not what they displayed. The rear position was the counter-ambush position. It was where you put the person with the widest sensory range and the fastest response multiplier. Kakashi had put him there because his shadow clones could deploy in any direction within seconds, creating an instant response force that no other genin could match. It wasn't a slight. It was a tactical complement disguised as convention. He sent 2 clones into the trees within the first mile, transformed as birds. They flew ahead and behind at a 100-meter radius, giving him a rolling surveillance perimeter that would detect any approach before visual range. Kakashi noticed. He always noticed, and his eye creased with what Naruto had learned to read as approval. The road unwound beneath their feet. Fire country in early spring was beautiful, forests of maple and pine, wildflowers along the roadside, the distant blue suggestion of mountains. Sakura was asking Tazuna about wave country, making conversation that the bridge builder deflected with grunts and swigs from his flask. Sasuke walked in silence, scanning the tree line with the mechanical vigilance of someone who expected the world to attack at any moment. 7 miles out, Naruto's bird clone on the forward perimeter popped. The memory hit him like a splash of cold water. 2 figures crouching in a puddle on the road ahead. A puddle, on a dry road, on a sunny day. "Kakashi-sensei," he said, keeping his voice casual, "can I talk to you for a second?" Kakashi fell back to walk beside him, book out, the picture of unconcern. Naruto leaned in. "There's a puddle on the road about 200 meters ahead. It hasn't rained in 4 days. 2 people are inside it, hiding technique, some kind of water camouflage. They're waiting." Kakashi's visible eye didn't change. His posture didn't shift. But Naruto felt the atmospheric pressure around the Jonin Titan, a subtle gathering of readiness that was invisible to anyone who wasn't specifically trained to detect it. "How did you, scout clone, transformed as a bird? How far out are your scouts?" 100 meters forward and rear. A pause. "Good. Here's what we're going to do. We walk into it. I'll let them initiate. I want to see who they're targeting, us or the client. That tells us whether this is a random ambush or mission-specific. And if it's mission-specific, then our client has been lying about the mission parameters and we'll have a conversation about that." Kakashi's eye curved. "Stay ready. Protect Tazuna. Let me handle the initial engagement, but if things develop, I trust your judgment." "I trust your judgment." 4 words that landed heavier than any praise. Naruto dropped back to his position. His heart rate was elevated but controlled. Anko's combat conditioning kicking in, the hours of drills under pressure converting adrenaline from panic fuel into performance fuel. He palmed a kunai inside his jacket sleeve, loose grip, ready for a snap throw. The puddle appeared on the road ahead. Obvious, absurd, a genjutsu-assisted hiding spot that might fool civilians but was practically insulting to trained shinobi. Kakashi walked past it without a glance. Sasuke walked past it. Sakura walked past it. Naruto walked past it and felt the chakra signatures inside it surge. They erupted from the water like sharks from a wave, two figures in dark cloaks, gas masks, clawed gauntlets connected by a razor chain. The chain whipped out and wrapped around Kakashi before anyone could react, and with a synchronized pull, the two attackers shredded the Jonin into pieces. Sakura screamed. Sasuke's hand went to his kunai pouch. Tazuna stumbled backward, flask falling, face white. Naruto didn't scream and didn't stumble. He saw the shredding and processed it in the fraction of a second that Anko's training had carved into his reflexes. No blood spray, no visceral resistance, no smell, substitution. Kakashi had replaced himself before the chain connected. The pieces on the ground were a log already splintering. The two attackers pivoted toward Tazuna. That answered Kakashi's question, mission specific. They were here for the bridge builder. One went left, one went right. The chain between them was a killing arc, sweeping toward the client. Sasuke moved first. Fast, decisive, a leaping kunai strike that pinned the chain to a tree and disrupted the coordinated attack. The right side attacker yanked free, detaching the chain, and lunged for Tazuna with clawed hands extended. Naruto was already between them. He hadn't thought about it. Hadn't calculated. His body had done what Anko had trained it to do, move toward the threat, interpose, protect the asset. He met the attacker's lunge with a forearm block that deflected the clawed hand wide, and in the same motion, drove his knee into the man's midsection with chakra-enhanced force. The attacker folded. Not completely, he was Chunin level at minimum, tough enough to absorb the hit, but the momentum broke. He staggered back, and Naruto was already forming the cross seal. 3 clones materialized and swarmed the attacker from 3 angles, grabbing limbs, restricting movement, buying seconds. The second attacker had broken past Sasuke's interception and was circling for another run at Tazuna. Sakura was between the attacker and the client, kunai in hand, stance shaky but present. She was standing her ground. But standing ground against a Chunin-level missing nin was a losing proposition for a green genin, and the attacker knew it. His eyes dismissed her before he'd even reached striking range. That dismissal cost him 1.5 seconds. Sakura threw her kunai, not at the attacker, at the ground in front of him. It stuck in the dirt, and the explosive tag wrapped around its handle detonated with a crack that split the air and threw up a wall of dust and debris between the attacker and Tazuna. Naruto's head snapped toward her. The explosive tag was from the batch he'd given her 3 days ago after a training session where he'd shown her basic tag deployment. He'd given her 6 and told her to keep them for emergencies. She'd used one. Perfectly. The attacker came through the dust cloud off balance, disoriented, and Kakashi materialized behind him with an arm around his throat and a grip that turned the man's struggles into something academic. The other attacker, the one Naruto's clones had been restraining, was already unconscious on the ground. 3 clones stood over him, one sitting on his chest. The fight was over in under 20 seconds. Kakashi held the conscious attacker with casual, terrifying ease while scanning the tree line for additional threats. Finding none, he looked at his team. Sasuke was breathing hard but uninjured, kunai still in hand, body language radiating the coiled frustration of someone who'd wanted the fight to last longer. Sakura was staring at the scorch mark from her explosive tag with wide eyes and trembling hands, processing what she'd just done. Naruto dispelled his clones and walked to Tazuna, positioning himself between the bridge builder and any residual threat. "Tazuna-san," Kakashi said, his voice pleasant in the way that a drawn sword was pleasant, polished, elegant, and implying immediate consequences. "These are the Demon Brothers. Chunin-level missing nin from Kirigakure. They're assassins, not bandits. Would you like to explain why Chunin assassins are targeting a bridge builder on a C-rank escort mission?" The old man's performance collapsed. The sake-soaked bluster, the dismissive contempt, it fell away like a mask, and underneath was a tired, frightened man carrying a weight that was crushing him. The story came out in a rush. Gato, the shipping magnate, the man who'd strangled Wave Country's economy until the entire nation was starving. The bridge, Tazuna's last hope, the lifeline that would break Gato's monopoly on trade routes. The lie, requesting a C rank because Wave couldn't afford the B rank or A rank mission that the actual threat level demanded. "My country is dying," Tazuna said, and his voice cracked on the word. "If I don't finish that bridge, Gato wins, and if Gato wins, my people have nothing." The silence that followed was complicated. Kakashi's eye moved from Tazuna to his team, assessing, calculating, weighing the variables. A fraudulent mission request, an elevated threat level. 3 genin who were, by any regulation, underranked for what lay ahead. "We should turn back," Kakashi said. "This is beyond our mission parameters. The proper course is to return to Konoha, file a revised mission assessment, and request appropriate personnel." It was the right call. The professional call. The call that prioritized his team's safety over a stranger's crisis. Naruto looked at Tazuna. At the man's trembling hands and the hollowed-out desperation in his eyes, the look of someone who'd gambled everything on a bluff and watched it fail. He thought about what Anko had told him about reading people, not the words they said, not the lies they told. The truth underneath, written in the muscles around the eyes. Tazuna was telling the truth. His country was dying. He'd lied about the mission because the truth was a luxury he couldn't afford. "I want to continue," Naruto said. Everyone looked at him. "The mission is compromised," Kakashi said. "The threat level is higher than expected. I know. We handled the demon brothers in 20 seconds. Sasuke pinned their chain. I intercepted the close-range attacker. Sakura disrupted the second approach with an explosive tag, and you handled cleanup. If that's what we do unprepared and surprised, what do we do when we know what's coming? What's coming could be significantly worse than 2 chunin with a chain. Then we'll be significantly more prepared. Kakashi-sensei, this man's country is starving. He lied because he didn't have a choice. If we turn back, he dies. The bridge dies. Wave Country dies. Are we the kind of team that walks away from that?" The words hung in the air. Sasuke was watching Naruto with that assessing stare again, the one that couldn't quite categorize what it was seeing. Sakura was looking at her own hands, the ones that had thrown the tag, the ones that had worked. "I want to continue too," Sasuke said quietly. "Me too," Sakura said, and her voice only shook a little. Kakashi looked at his team for a long time. 3 12-year-olds who had just fought chunin-level opponents, and were volunteering to walk deeper into danger because a stranger needed help. His sensei's son standing at the front, blue eyes blazing with a conviction that reminded Kakashi of a man who died on a night of foxfire and sacrifice. "This is going to be in my report," Kakashi said. "All of it. Including the part where I agreed, against regulation, to continue a compromised mission on the recommendation of a genin." "So we're going?" Naruto asked. "We're going, but from this point forward we operate at elevated alert. Naruto, expand your scout perimeter to 300 meters. Sasuke, you're on permanent point. Sakura, I want you within arm's reach of Tazuna at all times, and all of you." His eye hardened. "If I give the order to run, you run. No arguments, no heroics. Clear? Clear." They said in unison, and the word had a weight to it that D-rank missions had never produced. They continued east. The road stretched toward the sea. Anko felt the curse mark twitch at 3:47 in the afternoon. She was in the middle of a dango, sitting at her usual bench near the memorial stone, and the sudden pulse of pain through the seal on her neck was sharp enough to make her bite through the wooden stick. She spat splinters and pressed her hand against the mark, feeling the 3-tomo pattern throb with a heat that was far too familiar. The curse mark had been dormant for years. Not quiet, it was never truly quiet, always a low hum of malevolent chakra that she'd learned to live with the way one learned to live with chronic pain, but dormant, inactive. A scar, not a wound, this was different. This was the mark responding to something, an external stimulus, a resonance. She closed her eyes and breathed through the pain, cataloging the sensation with the clinical precision of someone who'd spent years studying their own seal. The pulse was rhythmic, synchronized with something distant, a heartbeat, a chakra signature. Something at the edge of her perception, too far to identify but close enough to trigger the mark's dormant connection to its creator, Orochimaru, not in the village, not nearby, but closer than he'd been in years. Somewhere within the land of fire's borders, or near them, his chakra was active in a way that the curse mark recognized like a dog recognizing its master's footstep. The pain faded after 30 seconds, leaving a residual warmth that pulsed in time with her heartbeat. She sat on the bench and stared at the memorial stone and felt the old fear. The deep, foundational terror of a child who'd been used and discarded by a monster rise from the place where she'd buried it. She pushed it down. Not away. Anko had learned long ago that pushing fear away just made it come back angrier. She pushed it down, into the bedrock of herself, where it could sit alongside her determination and her rage and her growing, inconvenient love for a 12-year-old Jinchuriki who was currently on his first real mission somewhere in the land of waves. Naruto was out there, beyond her reach. Under Kakashi's protection, which she trusted professionally and doubted personally, because trusting someone else with the safety of the person you cared most about was an exercise in controlled insanity. She went to the Hokage's office. "The curse mark activated," she said without preamble. Hiruzen's pipe stopped halfway to his mouth. "When?" 20 minutes ago, brief pulse approximately 30 seconds, resonance type activation, the mark responding to Orochimaru's chakra at distance. He's active, he's close, not village close, but fire country close, maybe closer. The Hokage set down his pipe with the deliberate care of a man handling something explosive. "Any directional sense? Northeast. Vague, the mark isn't a compass, but the resonance was strongest when I was facing that direction. Northeast." Hiruzen's eyes went distant, mapping geography against intelligence. "Our last confirmed sighting of Orochimaru was in the land of rice paddies, 8 months ago. Northeast of Konoha is consistent with movement from rice toward fire country. Why would he come closer? He's been staying at the edges for years. What's changed? I don't know, but I intend to find out." The Hokage reached for a scroll, Anbu deployment orders. "I'll increase patrols along the northeastern border, sensor teams at the primary approach routes. If he's moving toward fire country, we'll know. And if he's already here, then we'll deal with that reality when we confirm it. That's not reassuring. It's not meant to be. It's meant to be honest." Hiruzen looked at her with the full weight of his years. The weariness, the calculation, the stubborn refusal to flinch that had kept him in this chair for decades. "Anko, if Orochimaru has returned to the region, your curse mark makes you a potential vulnerability. He can activate it remotely. He can track you through it. He can, in extremis, influence your... He can't influence me. He can try. Let him try." The words came out hard and flat and carried the conviction of someone who'd spent 20 years building walls between herself and the hand that had marked her. "I've had this thing since I was 10 years old. I've studied it, endured it, fought it, and refused to let it define me. If Orochimaru thinks he can pull my leash after all this time, he's welcome to discover how wrong he is." The Hokage studied her for a long moment. Then he nodded, not in agreement exactly, but in acknowledgement. "Keep me informed. Any activation, any resonance, any change in the mark's behavior, I want to know immediately." "Understood." She left through the window. Old habits died hard, and right now she needed the open air and the rooftop freedom more than she needed to pretend she was the kind of person who used doors. On the rooftops, she ran. Not toward anything, not away from anything, just ran, the way she did when the world got too heavy and her body needed to process what her mind couldn't. The village blurred beneath her, a patchwork of tile and wood, and the lives of people who had no idea that the snake who'd shaped their nightmares might be slithering closer. She ended up at Training Ground 14. Empty. Silent. The target still bore the marks of Naruto's kunai practice. the earth still scarred from their sparring sessions. She sat on the center post and pressed her hand against the curse mark and thought about snakes and foxes and the terrible mathematics of caring about someone in a world where monsters were real. Naruto was in Wave Country. Orochimaru was somewhere to the northeast. And Anko was in a training ground, alone, unable to protect either situation and furious about both. She sat there until dark. Then she went home and cleaned her weapons and didn't sleep. The mist over Wave Country was thick as wet cotton, and Naruto tasted salt and decay on every breath. They'd crossed by boat, a small fishing vessel piloted by a nervous man named Kaji who spoke in whispers and kept checking the fog as if it might grow teeth. The crossing was silent, tense, the only sounds the soft lap of water against the hull and Tezuna's breathing, which had gotten rougher the closer they got to home. Wave Country was dying. Naruto could see it in the first village they passed through: shuttered shops, empty market stalls, children with the thin faces and dull eyes of chronic hunger. A fishing village with no boats in the harbor because Gato's men had confiscated them. A community center with its windows boarded up, and a sign that read "Closed by order" hanging crooked from one nail. It reminded him of something. It took him a moment to place it. The look in these people's eyes was the same look he saw in his mirror on the worst mornings. The hollowed out, resigned acceptance of people who'd been told by the world that they didn't matter, repeated so many times that they'd started to believe it. This is what Gato did. Sakura whispered, staring at a woman sitting on a doorstep with a child in her lap, both of them watching Team 7 pass with expressions of dull surprise. "This is what Gato does," Tezuna said. "He buys everything, the shipping routes, the ports, the trade networks. Then he raises prices until people can't afford to eat. Anyone who resists disappears. Anyone who complains has their home burned. He owns the country without ever having to rule it." Naruto's hands were fists at his sides. He forced them open, forced the anger into the controlled channel Anko had taught him, not suppression, but direction. Anger was fuel. Undirected fuel was an explosion. Directed fuel was an engine. They reached Tezuna's house by late afternoon. His daughter, Tsunami, welcomed them with a warmth that was strained at the edges. A woman holding her household together through willpower and habit while the foundations crumbled. Her son, Inari, was a small boy with dark eyes that held something Naruto recognized with a shock of unwelcome familiarity: hopelessness. Pure and absolute, the kind that didn't rage or cry or fight, just sat behind a child's eyes like a stone at the bottom of a well. Inari looked at them, 4 Konoha shinobi who were supposed to save his grandfather, and his expression said, with the eloquence of despair, "It doesn't matter. Nothing you do will matter. The strong win and the weak die, and that's all there is." Naruto knew that look. He'd worn it himself, in the dark hours, in the empty apartment, in the moments between the mask going on and the mask coming off. He'd fought his way out of it through sheer, stubborn refusal to accept the world's verdict, but seeing it on a child's face, a child younger than him, a child who hadn't yet found his stubbornness, made something in his chest ache with a ferocity that surprised him. Dinner was rice and fish, simple, stretching, the meal of people who measured their food by the day because tomorrow's supply wasn't guaranteed. Naruto ate what was given and didn't ask for more, which Sakura noticed, and Sasuke pretended not to. After dinner, Kakashi gathered them outside while Tezuna's family cleaned up. "Tomorrow I begin training you for what's coming," Kakashi said. His tone was different from the village, sharper, more present, the lazy facade stripped back to reveal the operational mind underneath. The demon brothers were the first wave. Gato will send someone stronger, possibly significantly stronger. "How strong?" Sasuke asked. "If Gato is spending Chunin-level assets on a bridge builder, the next tier up is Jonin, A rank, possibly someone from the bingo book." The weight of that settled over them like the mist. "Training starts at dawn," Kakashi said. "Get some sleep." They filed inside. Naruto lay on his futon in the room he shared with Sasuke, staring at the ceiling while the boy across from him radiated the particular brand of silent intensity that passed for Sasuke's resting state. "The explosive tag," Sasuke said into the darkness. "The one Sakura used on the demon brothers." "That wasn't Academy-issue technique." "No, you taught her that. I gave her the tags and showed her how to deploy them. She did the rest herself." "Where did you learn demolitions?" Naruto considered his answer. Anko's voice in his head let him be confused about why you're catching up. But there was another voice too, his own, that said teammates deserved a certain level of trust, and trust was built through honesty, not strategic information management. "I have a teacher outside the team," he said. "A Jonin. She's been training me evenings for about 6 weeks." The silence that followed was textured. Naruto could practically hear Sasuke processing, the surprise, the recalculation, the reflexive competitive response. "Who?" "Anko Mitarashi, special Jonin. She runs the Forest of Death and works in interrogation and torture." Another silence, longer. "Why?" "Because she saw something in me that was worth training. And because she knows what it's like to be written off by everyone and decided not to let it happen to someone else." Sasuke didn't respond for a long time. When he did, his voice was quieter than Naruto had ever heard it. "I don't have someone like that. You have Kakashi." "Kakashi teaches the team. That's different from," he stopped. Whatever he'd been about to say, he pulled it back behind the walls. "Never mind, go to sleep." Naruto stared at the ceiling for another hour, listening to the waves against the shore and thinking about walls and the people behind them. Dawn came gray and heavy. Kakashi led them into the forest behind Tezuna's house, where the trees grew tall enough to lose their crowns in the mist. "Tree climbing," he said, and demonstrated, walking straight up a trunk with his hands in his pockets, as casual as a morning stroll, chakra adhering his feet to the bark. "Focus chakra to your feet. Too much, you'll blow off the surface. Too little, you'll slip. Find the balance." He tossed each of them a kunai. "Mark your highest point each attempt, measure your progress." Naruto looked at the tree. He'd been practicing this with Anko for weeks. The leaf-sticking exercise, the wall-walking drills, the grueling repetition of trying to modulate his fire hose chakra output into something resembling precision. He was better than he'd been. He wasn't good. He channeled chakra to his feet and ran at the tree. 5 steps up, 6, 7. The bark cracked under his foot on step 8 as his chakra output surged past the adhesion threshold, and he launched backward, flipping in midair to land on his feet. Sasuke made it to step 10 before slipping. Sakura made it to the first branch, 20 feet up on her first try. Everyone stared. "Well," Kakashi said, blinking. "Sakura, excellent chakra control. You've mastered the exercise. You can serve as guard for Tezuna at the bridge while the boys continue training." Sakura beamed. For the first time since the team's formation, she'd outperformed both of them at something, and the confidence that bloomed on her face was worth more than the technique itself. Naruto caught her eye and gave her a thumbs up. She blinked, then smiled, a real smile, not the performative one she used around Sasuke. A smile that said, "I did something." The training continued. Naruto and Sasuke attacked their respective trees with the competitive fury that defined their dynamic. Sasuke's progress was steady. Consistent improvements, analytical adjustments, the methodical approach of a natural talent with excellent chakra control. He was at 15 steps within an hour, 20 within 2. Naruto's progress was different. Slower in raw measurement, but deeper in understanding, because every failed attempt fed data back through the clone training framework. He had 20 clones working on adjacent trees, each one experimenting with slightly different chakra outputs, and when they dispelled in batches, the cumulative adjustment data refined his approach faster than solo practice ever could. Kakashi watched the clone training with visible interest. "The parallel processing approach. Clever. Who taught you that?" "Figured it out myself," Naruto said, which was half true. Anko had explained the clone memory transfer mechanism. The decision to use it for parallel training optimization had been his own. By afternoon, he was at 18 steps. By evening, 22. The gap between him and Sasuke was 3 steps, Sasuke at 25, and closing. They trained until dark and dragged themselves back to Tezuna's house, exhausted and starving. Dinner was quiet, Tsunami's careful cooking, Tezuna's forced cheer, Inari's silent, oppressive despair sitting at the table like an uninvited guest. Inari broke his silence over the fish. "Why are you even here?" he said, staring at his plate. His voice was small and hard and ancient in a way that no child's voice should be. "Gato will kill you. He kills everyone. You're going to die and Grandpa's going to die and nothing will change." The table went still. "Inari," Tsunami began. "It's true, Kaiza tried to fight and Gato killed him. He killed him in front of everyone. Heroes don't exist. Strong people just die slower than weak people, but everyone dies." The name hit the room like a thrown stone. Kaiza. Naruto didn't know the name, but he knew the weight of it. The way Tsunami flinched, the way Tezuna's hand tightened on his chopsticks, the way Inari's eyes glistened with a grief that had calcified into something harder than sadness. "You don't know anything about us," Sasuke said, and his voice was cold enough to frost glass. "You sit in your house and cry and assume the world works the way your worst day taught you it works. That's not wisdom. That's cowardice." "Sasuke," Kakashi said, a warning, "you think you're the only person who's lost someone." Sasuke's eyes were dark and burning. "You think your pain gives you the right to tell other people what's possible?" Inari's lip trembled. Tears spilled. He shoved back from the table and ran upstairs, his small feet hammering the steps, and a door slammed with the force of a child's entire broken worldview. Tsunami rose to follow him. Naruto stood first. "Let me," he said. Tsunami hesitated. Looked at Kakashi, who gave a small nod. Naruto went upstairs. The door to Inari's room was closed. He knocked. No answer. He knocked again. "Go away." "No," I said, "go away." And I said no. "I'm very stubborn. Ask anyone." He sat down in the hallway, back against the wall beside Inari's door. He could hear the boy crying inside. Muffled, suppressed, the crying of someone who'd learned to keep it quiet because loud grief drew attention and attention was dangerous. Naruto knew that kind of crying. He'd done it himself, in his apartment at night, with the pillow pressed against his face so the neighbors wouldn't hear. "I'm going to tell you something," Naruto said to the closed door. "And you don't have to listen. You can cover your ears or scream or throw things. But I'm going to say it anyway because someone said it to me once and it changed everything." Silence from inside. The crying had stopped, or at least paused. "I grew up alone. Not like you, I had nobody at all. No mom, no dad, no grandpa, no one. My whole village hated me for something that happened before I was born, something I had no control over. I ate alone. I trained alone. I went to bed alone every single night in an empty apartment and woke up alone every single morning, and nobody in the entire world would have noticed if I disappeared." He heard a small sound from behind the door, a hitch of breath, listening. "And I could have done what you're doing, given up. Decided that the world was cruel and people were liars and hope was a trick that only fools fell for. I came close. A lot of times. There were nights when giving up seemed like the smartest thing, like, why keep trying when nobody cares if you succeed?" He leaned his head back against the wall. The hallway was dark. The house creaked with the wind off the ocean. But I didn't. And the reason I didn't wasn't because I was brave or special or strong. It was because I was angry. I was so angry at everyone who decided I was nothing that I refused to prove them right. I kept going out of pure spite, and somewhere along the way, spite turned into something else. Purpose, maybe, or stubbornness that was too dumb to know when to quit. He paused, breathed. The words coming next were ones he'd never said out loud before, not to Anko, not to Iruka, not to anyone. And then someone showed up. Someone who looked at me and didn't see the thing that everyone else saw. She saw me, just me, and she said, "You're not nothing. You're a mess, but you're not nothing, and if you let me, I'll help you become something," and I let her. And it was the hardest thing I've ever done, harder than any fight, harder than any training, because letting someone in when the world has taught you that people leave, that's terrifying. That's the scariest thing there is. The door opened. A crack. one dark eye, wet with tears, peering through the gap. "She didn't leave," Inari whispered. "She didn't leave. She's still here. She's back in my village right now, probably eating dango and yelling at someone, and every morning when I wake up, I know she's there. I know that if I fall, someone will catch me, and knowing that, just knowing it, makes me strong enough to not fall." The door opened wider. Inari stood in the gap, small and trembling, tears still tracking down his round face. He looked like what he was, a little boy whose world had been broken by cruelty and who'd been trying to survive inside the wreckage. "Kaiza said heroes are people who protect what's precious to them," Inari said. His voice was barely audible. "He said that right before Gato. Then Kaiza was right. And he was a hero. And heroes don't always win, Inari. Sometimes they lose, sometimes they die. But the people they protect, the people they loved, those people carry the hero forward. You're carrying Kaiza right now, in here." Naruto touched his own chest. "And as long as you carry him, he hasn't really lost. Gato killed his body, only you can kill his spirit. By giving up." Inari's face crumpled. The tears came again, but different now, not the frozen, suppressed grief of a child in despair, but the hot, messy, ugly crying of a wound being cleaned. He lurched forward and buried his face in Naruto's jacket and sobbed with his whole body, shaking, breaking open, letting the poison out. Naruto held him. Awkwardly. He wasn't experienced at this, had never been on the receiving end of comfort often enough to know how to give it. But he held on, the way Anko held on when she put her hand on his shoulder, the way Iruka held on when he'd shielded Naruto with his body. Firm, present, not going anywhere. Downstairs, Tsunami was crying silently at the kitchen table. Tazuna had his arm around her. Sasuke was staring at the stairs with an expression that nobody could have read, and that he would have denied existed. Kakashi sat in the corner, book closed for once, thinking about a blonde man with blue eyes who'd believed in heroes too. The bridge was enormous. Naruto stood at the construction site the next morning and stared at the half-finished structure stretching out across the straight, concrete and steel and cables, the spine of a nation's salvation reaching toward the far shore. Workers moved along its surface in small groups, their movements careful and quiet, the body language of people who knew they were building a target. "Gatos threatened the workers," Tazuna said, watching Naruto's assessment. "Half my crew quit last week. The rest come because they know what happens if the bridge isn't finished, but they're scared. Good men, all of them, scared men. How long until it's done? 2 weeks, if we can work full days without interruption. A month at the rate we're losing workers." Naruto created 50 shadow clones. Tazuna blinked. The workers on the bridge stopped what they were doing and stared. 50 identical blonde genins stood in formation on the approach road, waiting. "Show them what to do," Naruto said. "They're not skilled labor, but they can carry, haul, hold, and follow instructions. They'll work until I dispel them, and I can maintain them all day without breaking a sweat." Tazuna's mouth opened and closed. He looked at Kakashi, who was leaning against a support beam with his book out and his eye curved in what was definitely amusement. "He can do that?" Tazuna asked. "Apparently," Kakashi said. The clones went to work. Within an hour, the construction pace had doubled. Within 2 hours, the remaining workers, buoyed by the sudden influx of tireless, cheerful labor, were working faster and talking louder and standing straighter than they had in months. The clones' enthusiasm was infectious, because they were Naruto, and Naruto's default setting was infectious enthusiasm. Sakura guarded the site with a vigilance that had sharpened since the Demon Brothers. She'd set up a perimeter of tripwires and alert tags, techniques from the scroll Naruto had lent her, and she monitored it with the focus of someone who discovered that competence felt better than helplessness. Sasuke and Naruto continued tree climbing in the forest nearby, close enough to respond if threats materialized. The competition was fierce but productive, Sasuke at 30 steps, Naruto at 28, the gap narrowing with each hour as clone-derived data continued to compound. That evening, sitting on a branch high in the canopy with the sunset turning the mist to gold, Naruto reached the top of his tree at the same moment Sasuke reached his. They stood on their respective crowns, 40 feet up, wind in their hair, and looked at each other across the gap between the trees. Sasuke's expression was complicated. Surprise, respect, frustration, and something that might have been the beginning of camaraderie if you squinted and gave it the benefit of the doubt. "Took you long enough," Sasuke said. "I was enjoying the view from below. Your ass is surprisingly motivational from that angle." Sasuke's face did something it almost never did. The corner of his mouth twitched upward, barely, deniably, but there. "Don't be disgusting." "Too late. That's my whole brand." They climbed down in silence, and the silence was different from the silences before, less cold, less competitive. Something had shifted in the canopy. Something small but structural, like a load-bearing wall being reinforced. He came on the 7th day. The mist that morning was thicker than usual, dense, opaque, carrying a chill that had nothing to do with temperature. Naruto felt it the moment he stepped outside Tezuna's house, a wrongness in the air that set every one of Anko's training instincts screaming. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi was already alert. His book was away. His Hitai-8 was pushed up, revealing the Sharingan, the 3 Tamo eyes spinning lazily in its socket, scanning the mist with a perception that went beyond normal sight. "I feel it," Kakashi said. "Get the team. We're going to the bridge." They reached the bridge at a run and found the workers unconscious. Not dead, not wounded, just down, sprawled across the construction surface in attitudes of sudden collapse. Genjutsu, Naruto realized. A wide-area sleep technique applied with enough skill that the workers hadn't even had time to react, and standing at the far end of the bridge, in the center of the mist, was a shape. Tall, broad, the silhouette of a massive sword rising over one shoulder like a second spine. "Well," the shape said, and the voice was deep and rough and carried through the fog like a blade through silk. The old man brought himself some protection after all. Zabuza Mamachi stepped out of the mist, and the killing intent that preceded him hit like a physical wall. Naruto felt it slam into his chest, a pressure, a weight, the psychic projection of a man who had earned his place in the bingo book through a career of efficient, joyless slaughter. The demon of the hidden mist. A-rank missing nin, former member of the 7 Swordsmen. A killer whose reputation was built on a foundation of bodies. His body wanted to freeze. Every animal instinct, every survival reflex screamed at him to stop, to submit, to make himself small and invisible and pray the predator passed by. Anko's training screamed louder. He breathed. In, out. Found the place in his chest where his own intent lived, the hot, fierce spark she'd helped him kindle. He didn't try to match Zabuza's killing intent. That would have been absurd, like trying to match an ocean with a cup. Instead, he used his own spark as an anchor, a fixed point of defiance against the crushing pressure, and he kept his feet and kept his eyes open and kept breathing. Beside him, Sakura was shaking. Sasuke's hand was on his kunai, but his fingers were white. Kakashi stepped forward, and the air between the 2 Jonin-level shinobi became something electric and dangerous. "Zabuza Mamachi," Kakashi said. "Demon of the hidden mist, A-rank, missing nin from Kirigakure. I'd say it's a pleasure, but I don't enjoy lying before noon." Kakashi of the Sharingan. Zabuza's voice was almost amused. "I was hoping Gato's money would buy me something interesting. Looks like I got my wish. Kids, protect Tezuna. Formation B. Don't engage, Zabuza, he's mine." Naruto moved. Formation B, protective triangle around the client, Sasuke forward, Sakura right, Naruto left. They closed around Tezuna, with weapons drawn and clones already materializing at Naruto's flanks. The fight that followed was nothing like the Demon Brothers. Kakashi and Zabuza clashed in the mist with a speed and violence that made the Chunin encounter look like a playground scuffle. Water jutsu carved trenches in the bridge surface. The massive sword, Kubikirabacho, the executioner's blade, cut the air with strokes that would have bisected a building. Kakashi's Sharingan tracked and predicted and countered, turning Zabuza's own techniques back at him with the Kappa Ninja precision that had earned him his legend. And then it went wrong. Zabuza's water prison technique, caught Kakashi mid-exchange. Chapter 5. Marks we carry 2 months after the Land of Waves, and Naruto still dreamed about the bridge. Not the fight, though the fight lived in him too. Zabuza's killing intent like a handprint on his ribs, the sound of Haku's senbon punching through ice mirrors, the wet crack of Kakashi's reikiri through a chest that shouldn't have been there. Those memories were sharp, clinical, filed away in the part of his mind that Anko had trained to process combat data without drowning in it. What he dreamed about was the moment after. Standing on a bridge slick with blood and mist, holding a boy his own age who'd chosen to die for someone who'd never deserved that kind of love, and feeling something inside himself break open that he couldn't close again. Haku's face, peaceful, almost smiling as if dying for Zabuza was the answer to a question he'd been carrying his whole life. When a person has something precious to protect, that's when they become truly strong. He'd think about that at 3 a.m., staring at his ceiling, and then he'd think about Anko, and then he'd get up and train because sleep wasn't coming, and the alternative was lying there feeling things he didn't have names for. Anko noticed. Of course, Anko noticed. She noticed everything about him, which was simultaneously the most comforting and most annoying thing about having someone in your corner who'd been trained in surveillance and interrogation. "You're sleeping like garbage," she said on a Tuesday evening, watching him run through kunai drills with a precision that had become second nature. His accuracy was 93% center target at 20 meters now. Anko had tested it that morning. "I'm sleeping fine." You're sleeping 4 hours a night and compensating with clone training during the hours you should be resting. Your reaction time is down 8% from baseline. Your decision-making in tactical scenarios is intact, but your emotional regulation is fraying at the edges. You snapped at Sakura yesterday during team training, and you don't snap at Sakura. She was being Sakura, which hasn't changed. What's changed is your tolerance threshold, which is a sleep deprivation symptom. Anko caught the kunai he threw, plucked it out of the air 2 inches from the target, which was a statement about reflexes and also about making a point. "Talk to me." He didn't want to talk. Talking about Haku meant opening the box he'd closed on the bridge, and the contents of that box were messy and contradictory and painful in ways that combat training hadn't equipped him to handle. But Anko didn't ask him to talk the way other people asked. She didn't push or prod or wear the therapeutic face. She just stood there, holding his kunai, looking at him with the flat, patient expression of someone who'd wait all night if she had to. "Haku chose to die," Naruto said. The words felt like swallowing gravel. He stepped in front of Kakashi's attack to save Zabuza, on purpose. He made a choice to end his life for someone who used him as a weapon, and he was happy about it. He smiled, Anko. He was dying and he smiled. "And that bothers you?" "It terrifies me, because I understood it." He stared at his hands, scarred, calloused, the hands of someone who'd been training to fight for 2 months and had already seen what fighting cost. When Haku said that thing about protecting precious people, I felt it. In my chest. Like he was describing something I already knew but hadn't put words to. And then I thought, would I do that? Would I step in front of an attack for someone I loved? And the answer was yes, immediately, without thinking, yes. That's not terrifying, Naruto, that's human. It's terrifying because of what it means about where the line is. Haku died for Zabuza. Zabuza was a murderer, a criminal, a man who used Haku as a tool, and Haku died for him anyway because love doesn't care about whether the person you love deserves it. Love just is, and it'll walk you right off a cliff if you let it, and you'll smile the whole way down. Anko was quiet for a long moment. She turned the kunai in her hand, watching the light play along the blade. I followed Orochimaru into hell, she said. Her voice was even, controlled, but underneath it was the bedrock resonance of something that had shaped her entire existence. I was 10 years old, and he was my sensei, and I would have done anything he asked. He could have told me to walk off the Hokage monument, and I'd have asked him which edge. When he put the curse mark on me, when he held me down and bit my neck and pumped his chakra into my body like venom, I didn't fight it. Not because I couldn't, Because I trusted him. Because I loved him the way a student loves a teacher who's shown them the world, and that love made me blind. She handed the kunai back to him, point first, balanced on her palm. Haku's love got him killed. Mine got me cursed. Yours might get you hurt someday, that's the cost. But Naruto, the alternative isn't strength. The alternative is Zabuza before the end, cold, alone. Using people because you've decided that caring is a weakness. And you saw what that looked like. You saw what it cost him. Naruto remembered. Zabuza at the end, after Gato's betrayal, after the mercenaries came and the bridge became a battlefield of a different kind. Zabuza with Naruto's words ringing in his ears. Tears cutting through the bandages on his face. Charging into a wall of armed men with a kunai in his teeth. Because a 12-year-old boy had cracked open the shell he'd spent a lifetime building and shown him what was underneath. Zabuza had died beside Haku. In the snow that wasn't really snow, Haku's last gift, frozen moisture crystallizing in the air above the bridge. He'd asked to be placed next to the boy he'd called a tool but loved as a son, and the village of Wave had buried them together on the cliff overlooking the sea. The bridge, Naruto said. They named it after me. I heard. The Great Naruto Bridge. He almost laughed. Almost. I didn't build it. Tazuna built it. His workers built it. All I did was make some clones and give a speech and nearly die. You gave a country its courage back. That's worth more than concrete and steel, and you know it. She smacked the back of his head, lightly, the way she did when he was being deliberately self-deprecating. You're allowed to grieve, Haku. You're allowed to be changed by what happened, but you're not allowed to let it eat you. Grief that doesn't move becomes a prison. Feel it, learn from it, and then keep walking. Is that what you did, with Orochimaru? That's what I'm still doing. It's not a one-time thing, it's a practice. You practice it the way you practice kunai throws, every day, imperfect, getting better. She stood, stretching. Now, training. We've lost 2 weeks to your insomnia, and we have work to do. What kind of work? The Chunin exams are in 6 weeks. The air in the clearing changed. Naruto's fatigue, his grief, his spiraling 3 a.m. thoughts, all of it receded behind the sudden, sharp focus that those 2 words produced. Chunin exams? Kakashi will nominate Team 7. The other rookie teams are being nominated too, Team 8 under Kurenai, Team 10 under Asuma, plus teams from other villages. Suna, Oto, Kiri, Aim. The competition will be international, which means you'll be facing shinobi from different training traditions with different techniques and different tactical doctrines. And you're telling me this now because 6 weeks isn't enough time to teach you everything I want to teach you, so we need to prioritize. She began pacing, her thinking mode, kinetic and restless. Your fundamentals are solid. Your taijutsu is high genin, low chunin. Your clone deployment and tactical thinking are genuinely exceptional, chunin level at minimum, arguably beyond. Your chakra control is still your weakest point, but the tree climbing and water walking from Wave helped, and your leaf exercise is finally showing results. I stuck the leaf for 30 seconds yesterday. I know, I was watching from the tree line. You also set 2 other leaves on fire, but progress is progress. She stopped pacing and faced him. Here's what we focus on. First, refine your existing techniques to combat-ready polish. Your clone screen, your transformation combos, your explosive tag deployment, all of it needs to work under pressure against opponents who are actively trying to counter it. Second, develop your killing intent into something usable. You've got the raw projection down. Now you need to learn to control it. Targeted bursts, sustained ambient pressure, the full spectrum. Third, she pulled something from her coat. A scroll sealed with a snake emblem that Naruto didn't recognize. Third, I'm going to teach you how to use your body as a weapon in ways that go beyond taijutsu. What does that mean? It means flexibility, speed, and unpredictability. Snake-style movement, not the summoning techniques, not the jutsu. Those are tied to my contract and my chakra nature. But the movement philosophy. The way a snake fights, close, fast, from angles that shouldn't be possible, with a body that bends where bodies shouldn't bend. Your clones give you numbers. Snake style will give each of those numbers the ability to attack from directions your opponents don't expect. She unrolled the scroll. It contained diagrams, body positions, movement patterns, strike trajectories that curved and spiraled where conventional taijutsu moved in straight lines. I adapted these from Orochimaru's teachings, she said, and her voice was neutral in the way that a blade's edge was neutral, sharp regardless of how you held it. He taught me to move like a snake when I was younger than you. The techniques are mine now. I've stripped out his poison and kept the venom. A thin smile. My venom. Naruto studied the diagrams. The movement patterns were alien, low stances that transitioned into sudden vertical strikes, lateral evasions that flowed into counterattacks without any pause between defense and offense. The philosophy was clear even from static images. Constant motion, no static positions, every defensive movement containing an offensive component. This is going to hurt, isn't it? He said, terribly. You're going to need flexibility you don't currently have, which means stretching routines that will make you want to cry. You're going to need to retrain your instincts, because snake style is the opposite of what I taught you initially. Where I taught you to move offline in straight angles, this is curves and spirals. Your body will fight you. But when it clicks, and it will click because your body heals fast and your clones can parallel process the muscle memory, you're going to be something that nobody in those exams has ever seen. A clone army where every clone fights like water. He looked at the scroll, looked at her. That grin, the real one, the one she'd earned, the one that was equal parts excitement and defiance, spread across his face. When do we start? Now. She started breaking him that night. The flexibility training was exactly as brutal as advertised. Deep stretches held for minutes at a time, pushing his joints and connective tissue past their comfortable range, using chakra enhancement to accelerate the adaptation without tearing anything important. His healing factor helped, repairing microdamage faster than a normal body could, but the process was still agony. The movement drills were worse. She'd demonstrate a sequence, a low, gliding evasion that flowed into a rising palm strike, and he'd try to replicate it, and his body would refuse. Where she was fluid, he was angular. Where she curved, he kinked. His clone army attempted the movements in parallel, 50 of them undulating across the training ground like a field of orange caterpillars, and the memory feedback was a cascade of wrong, 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 almost wrong, wrong, closer, wrong. But by the end of the first week, something shifted. Not in his execution, that was still rough, but in his understanding. The principle clicked. He felt it during a sparring session when Anko threw a straight punch at his chest, and instead of stepping offline, his trained response. He curved his torso sideways and under the punch, letting it pass over his shoulder while his body kept moving, spiraling inward. His own strike rising from below in an arc that Anko had to actually block rather than dismiss. There, she said, catching his wrist. Her eyes were bright. Feel that? That's the principle, the spiral, defense and offense in the same motion. No separation between blocking and striking. The block is the strike, the evasion is the approach. Everything flows. It felt like water. It should. Water and snakes move the same way around obstacles, not through them. Your instinct is to go through things, because you're stubborn and your chakra reserves mean you can usually afford the brute force approach. Snake style teaches you that going around is faster, more efficient, and far more disorienting for your opponent. Nobody defends what they don't see coming, and nobody sees the attack that arrives from where the evasion was. He grinned. I like that. The attack that arrives from where the evasion was, that sounds like a jutsu name. It sounds like a philosophy. Jutsu names are for people who need labels. Philosophies are for people who need principles. She released his wrist. Again, 100 more times, then you can sleep. He didn't sleep. He trained until dawn. 100 clones working through the spiral movement patterns in the silver light of the moon. And when they dispelled at sunrise, the cumulative data was a tidal wave of incremental progress that moved his understanding forward by what felt like a month. 6 weeks. 6 weeks to become ready for an exam that would pit him against the best young shinobi from 5 nations. He was going to make those 6 weeks count. The curse mark activated again on a Friday. Anko was at the Jonin standby station, checking mission postings out of habit, when the mark pulsed with a heat that made her vision blur. She grabbed the doorframe and breathed through it. 2 seconds, 3, 5, and the pulse faded, leaving the same residual warmth as before but stronger. Closer. Genma was beside her instantly. Anko, I'm fine. You just went white and grabbed the wall. That's not fine. The curse mark. She straightened, forcing her hand away from her neck through sheer willpower. It's reacting. Something's activating it from outside. Genma's face went carefully neutral, the expression of a shinobi who understood the implications and was controlling his response. How often? Second time in 2 months. First was a minor pulse. This one was stronger. Closer. Yeah, closer, she reported to the Hawkage. Same office, same pipe, same ancient eyes that carried the weight of every secret the village had ever generated. The intensity increase is consistent with proximity reduction, Hiruzen said, studying her with a clinical focus that she appreciated precisely because it wasn't emotional. The border patrols have detected nothing. No confirmed sightings, no intelligence from our network. If Orochimaru is approaching, he's doing so through channels we're not monitoring. Or through channels you can't monitor because they don't exist yet. He's a Sannin, Hokage-sama. If he wants to approach unseen, he has the means. Our sensor net has gaps. He trained half the people who designed it. He knows where the holes are. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that the Chunin exams are in 5 weeks, and the village is about to open its gates to shinobi from every nation, including nations where Orochimaru has known affiliations. Adagakur, the village hidden in sound. It appeared on the registration list 3 days ago. A new village, no history, no established reputation, requesting exam participation for a genin team. She watched the Hokage's expression and saw the recognition land. Adagakur, the land of rice paddies, exactly where intelligence had last placed Orochimaru. You think Adagakur is his creation? Hiruzen said. I think a village nobody's heard of appearing in the exact region where your former student was last sighted, registering for an exam that brings their shinobi inside your walls, is a coincidence that I don't believe in. I've already flagged the Odo team for enhanced surveillance. Enhanced surveillance isn't enough. If Orochimaru has built a village, he has resources, infrastructure, operatives trained to his standards. The genin team is the visible piece. What's underneath is what worries me. Hiruzen was quiet for a long time. The pipe smoke curled between them like a slow-moving thought. The Chunin exams cannot be cancelled, he said. The political and economic implications. I'm not asking you to cancel them. I'm asking you to let me do my job. I'm the second exam proctor. The forest of death is my domain. If Orochimaru moves during the exams, the forest is the most likely insertion point, enclosed, surveilled by my team, away from the village, proper where his presence would be immediately detected. You want to use the second exam as a detection net. I want to use the second exam as my hunting ground. If he comes through my forest, and if he comes through my forest, I'll know. The Hokage studied her with an expression that held calculation and concern in equal measure. And if you find him, then we'll see what 20 years of anger is worth against a Sannin. That's not a plan, Anko. That's a death wish. It's both. Plans and death wishes aren't mutually exclusive in this line of work. She met his eyes without flinching. I'm not going to go looking for a fight with Orochimaru. I'm not suicidal and I'm not stupid. But if he enters my forest during my exam while Naruto and his team are inside, I won't stand down. I can't. And you know that, which is why you assigned me to the second exam in the first place. The silence that followed was the loudest thing in the room. Be careful, Anko, the Hokage said. You have more to lose now than you did a year ago. She left through the window. On the rooftop, she paused, pressing her hand against the curse mark. It was warm, not painful, just warm, a reminder. A leash. A chain connecting her to the man who'd broken her, stretching across years and distance, and the accumulated weight of everything she'd built in his absence. She thought about Naruto. About the way he'd looked on the bridge in Wave, standing over Haku's body with tears on his face and iron in his spine. About the way he trained every night with a ferocity that came from somewhere deeper than ambition. About the way he called her name when he arrived at the training ground, and the way the sound of it made her feel like a person instead of a weapon. The curse mark pulsed. Warm, persistent, patient. She pressed harder against it, as if she could push it back through her skin, back through the years, back into the mouth that had placed it there. "Not this time," she whispered. "Whatever you're planning, not this time." The wind carried the words away. She dropped from the roof and went to training ground 14, where Naruto was waiting. 5 weeks compressed into a crucible. Anko trained Naruto with an intensity that bordered on obsessive. Because it was obsessive, because she was obsessive, because the alternative to obsession was the kind of half-measures that had left him unprepared for 12 years, and she would cut off her own hand before she added to that deficit. The snake-style movement training accelerated. Naruto's clone army worked the patterns in shifts, 100 clones for 4 hours, dispel, absorb, adjust, deploy another 100. The muscle memory compounded geometrically. By week 2, his basic movements had the fluid quality she was looking for. By week 3, he was integrating snake-style evasions into his sparring naturally, without conscious effort, his body routing around attacks instead of meeting them head-on. His sparring sessions against Anko changed character. Where before he'd lasted minutes through tactics and clone deployment, now he lasted minutes through movement, sliding under her strikes, curving around her combinations, his body becoming a difficult target that conventional taijutsu patterns couldn't track. He still couldn't hit her. But the misses were getting closer, and the way he was missing was changing. Not wild swings that went wide, but targeted strikes that arrived from unexpected angles and forced her to adjust in ways she hadn't adjusted for genin opponents before. "You're not fighting like a genin anymore," she told him after a session that had left both of them breathing hard, her from effort, him from exhaustion, which was itself a milestone because making a jonin exert effort was not a genin accomplishment. "What am I fighting like?" "Like a problem. The kind of problem that experienced fighters don't know how to categorize because it doesn't match any pattern they've trained against. That's your biggest advantage in the exams, unfamiliarity. Every genin in that arena will have trained against standard styles. Nobody will have trained against a clone army that moves like snakes. The first time they see it, they'll waste seconds trying to process what they're looking at, and seconds are lifetimes. You've told me. Then stop making me repeat myself and internalize it." The killing intent training reached a breakthrough in week 4. Naruto was sparring with clones in the evening, working on the integration of intent projection into his combat flow, when something locked into place. He'd been trying to project intent as a separate action, fighting and then projecting, or projecting and then fighting, always sequential, never simultaneous. Anko had been pushing him to merge them, to make the intent a constant ambient pressure that existed throughout the fight rather than a discrete technique deployed at specific moments. The merger happened mid-spar. A clone came at him from behind, and instead of spinning to meet it, his trained response, he let the killing intent pulse outward as he moved, a wave of focused pressure that hit the clone before his body completed the turn. The clone hesitated. A fraction of a second, barely perceptible. But in that fraction, Naruto's counterstrike arrived from the angle the clone hadn't defended because its reactions had been disrupted by the pressure. The clone popped. Naruto stood in the clearing, breathing hard, and felt something settle into his combat awareness like a new lens clicking into a scope. The intent wasn't a tool he used, it was a field he generated, constant, ambient, there. "I felt that from the tree line," Anko said, dropping from her observation perch. Her expression was serious in a way that transcended pride. "That wasn't a pulse. That was sustained projection integrated into your movement pattern. Do you understand what you just did? I think so. You made your fighting style inherently disorienting. Anyone who engages you in close range will be fighting your techniques and your intent simultaneously. Most shinobi experience those as separate threats and allocate their mental resources accordingly, process the physical attack, then process the psychological pressure. You've made them inseparable. They can't address one without addressing the other, and the cognitive load of processing both at once will degrade their performance. In normal words, you're going to freak people out and they won't know why, he grinned. Now that I can work with, week 5, the final push. Anko ran him through full combat scenarios, simulated exam conditions, multiple opponents, environmental hazards, limited intel. She recruited 3 chunin from T&I who owed her favors and had them attack Naruto in a forest setting, 3-on-1, with the instruction to fight seriously and not to hold back. The chunin were competent, experienced. They moved in practiced formation, triangle approach, communication through hand signs, coordinated engagement designed to eliminate a target's ability to focus on any single threat. Naruto lasted 90 seconds before the first chunin went down. Not because he overpowered the man, because he outmaneuvered him. Clone screen deployment created confusion about Naruto's actual position. Snake-style movement made the real Naruto a slippery, elusive target that the formation couldn't pin. Sustained ambient killing intent, low level, not overwhelming but persistent, degraded the chunin's decision-making by a crucial margin. And when the formation broke, because one member had been drawn out of position by a clone feint, Naruto was there with a kunai at the man's throat before the other 2 could adjust. The second chunin lasted another 60 seconds. The third surrendered after Naruto placed an explosive tag on a clone, transformed the clone into a fallen log directly in the man's escape path, and detonated it at point-blank range. The blast was practice grade, noise and light, no real damage, but the message was clear. The 3 chunin sat in the clearing afterward, bruised and dusty, and wearing the particular expression of professionals who had just been systematically outperformed by a 12-year-old. "What the hell are you feeding that kid?" one of them asked Anko. "Vegetables, apparently. He finally started eating them last week. He dismantled our formation in 90 seconds. We've used that formation in actual combat, against actual threats. He'll dismantle worse than your formation before this is over." She looked at Naruto across the clearing, sitting on a stump drinking water, flushed with exertion and vibrating with the post-combat energy that she recognized as the high of performed competence. "He's ready." The chunin exchanged glances. "Ready for the exams? Ready for whatever comes." The chunin exams began on a morning that smelled like tension and too many bodies in too small a space. The first exam was written, a test of intelligence gathering disguised as a written test, held in a crowded classroom at the academy. Ibiki Morino, head of T&I and Anko's direct superior, administered it with the particular brand of psychological warfare that had made him legendary in interrogation circles. Anko wasn't involved in the first exam. She spent the morning preparing the forest of death. Her forest, her territory, the 44 square kilometers of lethal wilderness that she knew better than anyone alive. She walked the perimeter, checking the fence integrity, cataloging the fauna activity, noting the positions of the monitoring stations and the dead zones between them. The dead zones bothered her. There were always dead zones in a space this large, areas where sensor coverage was thin, where visual monitoring couldn't reach, where a sufficiently skilled shinobi could move undetected. She'd mapped them years ago and accepted them as operational limitations. Now, with the curse mark warm against her neck and Orochimaru's shadow stretching closer with each passing week, the dead zones felt like open wounds. She reinforced what she could. Placed additional sensing tags at key intersection points. Positioned snake summons, small ones, surveillance grade, at the major routes through the forest's interior. created a monitoring web that wasn't perfect but was denser than anything the Forest of Death had seen before. Then she went to the academy and waited for the first exam to end so she could begin the second. The window she crashed through was on the 4th floor, and the dramatic entrance, banner unfurling, smoke bombs detonating, her body framed against the cloud of purple smoke, was entirely unnecessary and entirely deliberate. Intimidation was a tool, and first impressions were the sharpest edge of that tool. "All right, you little maggots. The name is Anko Mitarashi, and I'm your second exam proctor. Follow me to your death. I mean, to the Forest of Death." Same thing, really. The room full of genin stared at her with expressions ranging from terror to confusion to something that might have been reluctant admiration. She scanned the crowd, fast, practiced, cataloging faces and threat signatures the way she'd been trained. Team 7. Naruto in the back, wearing the grin he wore in public, broad, loud, uncomplicated. But his eyes were different. His eyes were tracking the room the way she'd taught him, reading body language, assessing threats, cataloging the competition with a precision that the grin was designed to hide. Their eyes met across the crowded room. She didn't acknowledge him. He didn't acknowledge her. The connection was invisible, private, a thread that nobody else in the room could see, but that both of them could feel like a taut wire humming with unspoken communication. "Be careful in there. I will." "I mean it, I know." She turned away and led the procession to the Forest of Death, her coat billowing behind her, her presence filling the corridor the way she filled every space she entered, completely, unapologetically. With the energy of someone who knew exactly how dangerous she was and wanted everyone else to know it too at the forest gate, she explained the rules. Heaven and Earth scrolls. 5 days. Reach the central tower with both scrolls and your full team intact. Everything else was permitted: combat, theft, deception, ambush. The forest would do the rest. "This forest is my home," she said, addressing the assembled genin with the kind of cheerful menace that was her signature. "I know every tree, every predator, every trap, every shadow. The things that live in there will eat you if you're stupid, and the things that hunt in there will kill you if you're slow. Half of you won't make it to the tower. Some of you won't make it out of the forest." She grinned. "Any questions? No. Wonderful. Gates open in 10 minutes. Try not to die. The paperwork is really annoying." She watched the teams file to their assigned gates, watched Naruto take his position with Sasuke and Sakura, the 3 of them moving with a cohesion that hadn't existed 2 months ago. Watched the Oto team, 3 genin with sound-themed equipment, and the flat, conditioned eyes of shinobi who'd been trained in something darker than a standard academy. The gates opened. The teams vanished into the forest. The exam began. Anko moved to the monitoring station at the forest's eastern edge, a raised platform with sight lines to the canopy and access to the sensor network she'd augmented. She settled in and watched and waited and felt the curse mark pulse, warm and patient, against her neck. The first day was chaos. The forest consumed genin teams with impartial efficiency, predators, traps, and rival teams combining to eliminate the unprepared. Anko monitored the sensor feeds and received reports from her snake summons, and tracked the progression of teams through the forest with the detached professionalism of someone managing an operation, while fighting the urge to abandon the operation and go find one specific blonde genin to make sure. He was breathing. She stayed at her post. Discipline first. Trust second. Trust in the training, in the preparation, in the 6 weeks of everything she'd poured into him. Naruto was ready. She'd made him ready. Now she had to let him prove it. The second day brought the first alarm. A sensor tag in the forest's northwestern sector, one of her augmented placements, not part of the standard grid, registered a chakra signature that didn't match any registered exam participant. The signature was massive, controlled, and familiar in a way that made her blood freeze in her veins. The curse mark didn't pulse this time. It screamed, pain like a white-hot wire driven through her neck and into her skull. She staggered off the monitoring platform, one hand clamped over the mark, vision tunneling, And somewhere in the pain was a voice she hadn't heard in 20 years, but recognized the way you recognized the sound of your own name. Anko-chan, not actual words, not actual communication. Just the resonance of a presence so deeply embedded in her seal that its proximity felt like language. She forced herself upright, forced the pain down, forced her legs to carry her to the edge of the platform where her second-in-command, a chunin named Kotsu, was watching her with alarm. "Alert the Hawkage," she said. Her voice was steady. The effort of making it steady was titanic. "Orochimaru is in the forest." "What? How do you alert the Hawkage? Now, then seal the forest perimeter. Nobody in or out without my authorization. Deploy all available Anbu to the northwestern sector." "Anko-san, you need medical." "I need you to follow my orders. I'll handle the rest." She didn't wait for confirmation. She was off the platform and into the canopy in a single leap, moving through the trees at full speed, every ounce of her training and her fury and her terror compressing into a single imperative. Find him. Find him before he finds them. Find him before he finds Naruto. The forest blurred around her. Branches became stepping stones, trunks became pivot points, the canopy overhead a green tunnel that she navigated on instinct and speed. The curse mark burned against her neck like a compass needle, pointing her toward the source of its agony. She found the aftermath first, a clearing in the deep forest, 30 meters across. Trees shattered at the perimeter, bark stripped, wood splintered as if something massive had detonated at the center. The ground was torn up, cratered, still smoking in places where fire jutsu had scorched the earth. And at the center of the clearing, Team 7. Sakura was conscious, but barely, kneeling beside Sasuke's unconscious body with her hands pressed against his neck, where something dark was spreading across his skin like a bruise with malicious intent. Her face was white. Her hands were shaking. But she was there, present, holding position. Sasuke was out. Unconscious, breathing rapid and shallow, his body twitching with the involuntary spasms of someone whose chakra system was being violently restructured. And on his neck, radiating from a point behind his left ear, 3 tamo. Arranged in a circle, pulsing with dark chakra, a curse mark, identical to hers, the world went very quiet and very sharp. Naruto was standing between his teammates and the tree line. His clothes were torn. Burns on his arms, a cut across his forehead leaking blood into his left eye, one hand hanging at an angle that suggested damaged ribs. But he was standing. His body was positioned between the threat vector and his downed teammates, and his stance was the one she'd taught him, not the academy stance, not Kakashi's modification, but hers. Low, coiled, weight distributed for explosive movement. The stance of someone who was hurt and exhausted, and was going to fight anyway, because the alternative was letting the people behind him get hurt worse. He had a kunai in each hand. His killing intent was a palpable pressure in the clearing, not the refined, targeted projection she'd been developing, but the raw, desperate, volcanic output of someone who'd been pushed past technique into pure willpower. And at the tree line, partially concealed by shadow, watching with the patient amusement of a predator who'd already decided the outcome, Orochimaru, Anko's former master, the man who'd marked her. The Sannin who'd betrayed the village and left a trail of broken bodies and broken children stretching back decades. He looked exactly as she remembered, and nothing like she remembered. The pale skin, the serpentine eyes, the long dark hair framing a face that could have been beautiful if it wasn't so fundamentally wrong. He was wearing the face of a grass ninja, but the disguise was already slipping, his real features bleeding through like ink through wet paper. He was looking at Naruto, not at Sasuke, at Naruto. And his expression was the one she knew from her nightmares, the expression of a collector who'd found an unexpected piece. "Interesting," Orochimaru said. His voice was silk and venom and memory. "The Nine-Tails boy fights with a style I recognize. The evasion patterns, the weight distribution, the spiral counters, that's my work. Filtered through someone else's hands but mine at the root." Naruto didn't respond verbally. His intent spiked, a focused pulse that made the air between them compress, and Orochimaru's smile widened. Oh, and killing intent too. Crude, but present. Someone's been investing in you, Naruto-kun, someone who learned from me. Anko landed in the clearing between them. The impact of her arrival cratered the earth beneath her feet. She straightened from the landing crouch with a deliberate slowness that was the opposite of the speed she'd used to get there. Controlled, purposeful. Every movement communicating that she was here now and the dynamic had changed. Someone who learned from you, she said. And then spent 20 years learning to be better than what you left behind. Orochimaru's eyes shifted to her. The smile didn't change. It never changed. It was painted on, a permanent fixture of his performative humanity, but something behind it sharpened. Anko-chan, how long has it been? Not long enough. What did you do to the Uchiha? I gave him a gift, the same gift I gave you once. He'll either survive it or he won't. The strong adapt, the weak perish. You adapted. Let's see if he does. You're not touching anyone else in this forest. I've already touched who I needed to touch. The Uchiha was the objective, but your boy there. His eyes moved back to Naruto, who was still standing, still projecting intent, still holding his ground with a stubbornness that had nothing to do with reason and everything to do with the core of who he was. Your boy is a surprise. I expected the Jinchuriki to be a blunt instrument. Powerful but shapeless. Instead, I find someone who's been shaped, sharpened, given edges and angles that I recognize because they're descended from my own work. He's nothing of yours. Everything you are is mine, Anko. Every technique you know, every principle you teach, every combat instinct that shapes how you move and think and fight, I put it there. I built you. And now you've built him, which makes him, in a way, my grandchild. The killing intent that erupted from Anko was not crude, it was not unfocused. It was the concentrated, refined, weaponized projection of a Jonin-level combatant who had spent 20 years converting trauma into combat capability. And it hit Orochimaru with enough force to make the grass between them flatten and the trees at the clearing's edge creak. Orochimaru's smile didn't waver, but he didn't advance either. You came into my village, Anko said, and her voice was low and even and carried the promise of violence the way a thunderhead carried lightning. You entered my forest. You marked a child. You threatened my team. Give me one reason not to kill you where you stand. Because you can't. Simple, factual, without malice, the honest assessment of a predator who understood the food chain. You know you can't, Anko, you've always known. The gap between us isn't something you can close with anger or conviction or 20 years of practice. I am what I am. You are what I allowed you to become. You're wrong. Am I? Show me, she attacked. The engagement lasted less than 30 seconds, but those 30 seconds contained more concentrated violence than most shinobi experienced in a career. Anko came in fast, snake style, her body flowing through the approach in curves and spirals that maximized speed and unpredictability. Hidden shadow snake hands launched from her sleeves, a dozen serpents striking at Orochimaru's body from multiple angles simultaneously. He evaded. Not with effort, with an ease that was itself a statement. His body bent around her strikes the way water bent around stones, the same snake-style movement that she'd inherited from him, performed at a level that made her execution look like a student's first attempt. His counterattack was a single palm strike that she barely deflected, and the chakra behind it sent her sliding back 10 feet, her boots carving trenches in the earth. She came again. Kunai in both hands, body low, targeting the gaps in his defense that she remembered from decades of studying his movement patterns. He caught her right wrist. She drove a knee at his midsection. He absorbed it on his hip and redirected her momentum, spinning her away from him like a dance partner he'd grown bored with. You've improved, he said, and the praise was the cruelest thing he could have offered. But improvement from a baseline of inadequacy still leaves you short. She pulled a kunai with an explosive tag from her thigh holster and drove it at his chest. He caught the blade between two fingers, and the tag detonated in the space between them. The explosion threw them apart. Anko rolled with the blast, using the force to create distance. Through the smoke, she saw his silhouette, unharmed, unbothered, brushing ash from his sleeve with casual disdain. "Enough," he said. "I have what I came for. The Uchiha will seek me out when the mark does its work. They always do. As for your little fox," he looked at Naruto one last time. Naruto stared back with eyes that burned blue and fierce and absolutely refused to look away. "Keep sharpening him, Anko-chan. I do enjoy seeing my legacy propagate." He sank into the ground. Not a body flicker, not a substitution. He melted into the earth like a snake disappearing into its hole, and the chakra signature that had been screaming against Anko's curse mark faded to a whisper and then to nothing. The clearing was still. Anko stood in the center of the blast crater, breathing hard, hands shaking, every nerve in her body singing with adrenaline and fury and the bitter, familiar taste of insufficiency. She'd fought him. She'd given him everything she had, and he'd treated it like a game. "The gap between us isn't something you can close." The curse mark throbbed on her neck, and for one black moment she believed him. Then Naruto said her name. Anko. Not a shout, not a plea. Just her name, spoken with a steady warmth that cut through the cold aftermath of Orochimaru's presence like sunlight through fog. She turned. He was still standing, battered, bleeding, exhausted, one arm wrapped around his ribs, but standing. And looking at her with an expression that she'd seen before, in a training ground at dawn, on a night at Ikaraku, in 100 small moments where he'd communicated the same essential truth. "You're not what he said you are. You're more. I know because you showed me." She walked to him. Her legs were unsteady. The curse mark was still burning, the chakra expenditure of fighting a Sannin catching up, the emotional toll of confronting her worst nightmare landing all at once. She walked to him and put her hands on his shoulders and looked at the cuts and burns and the blood in his eye and the ribs that were probably cracked. "Are you okay?" she asked, and her voice broke on the second word in a way she would never have allowed anyone else to witness. "He tried to separate us from each other in the forest," Naruto said. "Wind jutsu scattered the team. He went for Sasuke first, put him down fast, hit him with that seal before I could get there. Then he turned on me. You fought him." "I fought him. He wasn't trying to kill me, he was testing me. Playing like a cat with a mouse. But I didn't freeze Anko. He hit me with his killing intent, the real thing, the full thing, and it was like drowning in an ocean of knives. But I remembered what you taught me. I found the spark and I held onto it and I kept my feet and I fought." "How long?" "I don't know, a minute. 2, he was," Naruto's voice dropped. "He was laughing, not mean laughing, impressed laughing, like I was performing a trick he hadn't expected. And then he said something about the fox, about the seal, and he did something to my stomach with his hand, some kind of technique, and my chakra went crazy for a second. And then he just left, walked to the tree line and stood there watching until you showed up. The 5-pronged seal." Anko recognized the description. A suppression technique applied to the 8-trigram seal, disrupting Naruto's access to the Nine-Tails chakra. Orochimaru had sabotaged his Jinchuriki capabilities with a casual gesture, the way you might adjust a radio dial in passing. She filed that away for the Hokage, later. Now wasn't the time for analysis. Now was the time for the boy in front of her and the boy unconscious behind her and the girl who was holding them both together through sheer will. "Sakura," Anko called. "Status." Sakura's voice was thin but functional. "Sasuke's unconscious. His pulse is rapid. The mark on his neck is spreading. It's like dark veins moving under his skin. I don't know what it is, but it feels wrong. It feels alive." Anko moved to Sasuke's side and knelt. The curse mark pulsed on his neck. 3 Tamo, her mirror image, Orochimaru's brand on another child. She pressed her fingers to his throat and felt his chakra system churning, fighting, the seal trying to integrate with his network the way a parasite integrated with a host. He was burning. Fever hot, shaking, his body at war with itself. "He needs medical attention," Anko said. "The mark is a cursed seal, the same type I carry. His body is trying to adapt to it. If it succeeds, he'll survive with the mark active. If it fails, he'll die," Sakura whispered. He's strong. The mark selects for strength. Orochimaru doesn't waste it on the weak. Sasuke will survive. She said it with more confidence than she felt, because Sakura needed confidence right now, not probabilities. But he needs rest and monitoring, and he needs to not be in a forest full of hostile shinobi while his body fights off a parasitic seal. She looked at Naruto. Decision time. You have two options. Pull out of the exam. I can authorize an emergency extraction. Your team leaves the forest. Sasuke gets medical care. The exam is over for Team 7. What's the other option? Continue. Reach the tower with both scrolls. I'll apply an emergency containment seal to Sasuke's mark to stabilize him. It won't fix it, but it'll keep him alive and manage the pain. You and Sakura protect him until he recovers enough to move, then push for the tower. How long until he recovers? I don't know. Hours, a day, maybe more. Naruto looked at Sakura. Sakura looked at Naruto. Something passed between them. An understanding forged in shared crisis, in the crucible of a clearing where a monster had come and gone and left them standing. We continue, Naruto said. Both of us, Sakura said, and her voice was steadier than it had been. Her hands on Sasuke's neck were steadier too. We continue. Anko nodded. She bit her thumb, drew blood, and pressed it against Sasuke's curse mark. A containment seal flared to life. Not the full cursed seal of heaven suppression that required a ritual and time she didn't have, but a field-expedient containment that would limit the mark's spread and reduce the fever. This will hold for 48 hours, she said. After that, Sasuke needs proper sealing from someone more qualified than me. Get to the tower, don't stop, don't engage unless you have to, avoid combat, conserve energy, protect your teammate. She looked at Naruto. You can do this. I know you know, I wanted to say it anyway. She stood. The forest around them was silent. Orochimaru's presence had driven away every living thing within a quarter mile, the animals and insects fleeing the predator's aura with an instinct older than language. I have to report this, Anko said. I have to alert the Hokage and Anbu and coordinate the response. I can't stay with you. We don't need you to stay. Naruto's voice was firm, not dismissive, grateful, but resolute. You trained us for this. We'll handle it. She reached out and put her hand on his head, just for a moment. A brief, fierce contact that communicated everything she couldn't say in a clearing where Orochimaru's chakra still lingered like a stain. Make me proud, she said. Always do. She left. Into the canopy, through the trees, moving at full speed toward the monitoring station and the communication network that would mobilize the village's defenses. Behind her, in a devastated clearing in the heart of the forest of death, 2 genin, 1 bleeding, 1 shaking, positioned themselves around their fallen teammate and prepared to survive. Anko reached the monitoring station in 4 minutes. Kotsu was already coordinating with Anbu. The alert she'd called before entering the forest had activated the response protocols, and masked operatives were converging on the northwestern sector. He's gone, she told the assembled response team. He achieved his objective and withdrew. The objective was Uchiha Sasuke. He applied a curse seal, same type as mine. Team 7 is continuing the exam. I've applied a field containment seal, but Sasuke needs proper sealing within 48 hours. The Anbu captain, a woman in a cat mask, nodded. Pursuit. Negative. You won't catch him, and the attempt will deplete resources we need for the exam's security. Orochimaru is inside fire country with operatives positioned in the exam. The Oto Genin team is his. Assume hostile. Increase surveillance on all foreign participants and lock down the tower perimeter. She was giving orders to Anbu. She didn't technically have the authority for that. Nobody questioned it, because in this moment, in this crisis, the authority was less important than the competence, and Anko's competence was incandescent. She sent a snake summons to the Hokage with a full report, verbal, encoded, covering Orochimaru's appearance, the curse mark application, Team 7 status, and her tactical assessment. The summons vanished in a flicker of scales. Then she went back to the forest's edge and stood at the fence and looked into the canopy and fought every instinct in her body that screamed at her to go back in. Naruto was in there. Hurt. With a downed teammate and a traumatized teammate and a forest full of enemies, and the lingering taint of a Sanin's attention. And she was standing out here, doing her job, trusting her training, trusting his training, trusting that the 6 weeks and the 6 months and every kunai throw and every spar and every evening at training ground 14 had built something that could survive this. The curse mark burned on her neck. She pressed her palm against it and whispered, not to Orochimaru but to the boy in the forest, the boy who fought with her style and her principles and her stubborn, desperate refusal to be defined by the marks others left. Come back to me. The forest was silent. The sun moved across the sky. Anko stood at the fence and waited, and the waiting was the hardest thing she'd ever done. 41 hours later, the doors of the central tower opened, and Team 7 walked through. Naruto was carrying Sasuke across his shoulders in a fireman's carry. Sakura walked beside him with an earth scroll in one hand and a kunai in the other, her clothes torn, her face scratched, her eyes carrying a hardness that hadn't been there 3 days ago. They were filthy, exhausted, and visibly damaged. They were alive. They had both scrolls. They were standing. Anko was at the tower when they arrived. She'd been at the tower for 39 of those 41 hours, managing the exam's security, coordinating with Anbu, briefing the Hokage, and not sleeping. Not because she couldn't sleep, because every time she closed her eyes, she saw Naruto standing in a destroyed clearing with blood in his eye and iron in his spine, and the image made rest impossible. She saw them come through the door and something inside her chest that had been clenched for 2 days released all at once, a physical sensation like a fist uncurling. Naruto saw her. His exhausted face split into a grin, not the performance grin, not the mask, but the real one. The one that was hers. Both scrolls, he said, and everyone's breathing. Anko walked to him. She took Sasuke's weight off his shoulders and transferred the unconscious Uchiha to the medical team that was already moving. She checked Sakura, alert, functional, running on adrenaline and willpower, and directed her to the medics too. Then she turned to Naruto. He was swaying on his feet. The injuries from the clearing, the burns, the cuts, the cracked ribs, had healed through his enhanced recovery, but the exhaustion was a different kind of wound. 41 hours of guarding an unconscious teammate in hostile territory. Fighting off at least 2 other teams that had tried for their scrolls. She could see the evidence in his torn clothing and the new bruises layered over healing ones, and keeping himself and Sakura alive through tactical brilliance and sheer, grinding will. "You look terrible," she said. "You look worried." "I'm not worried. I'm professionally assessing your physical condition and finding it substandard. You were worried. I was doing my job. You were worried about me." She looked at him, this impossible, stubborn, brilliant, exhausting, beautiful kid who had walked into a monster's shadow and walked out again because she'd taught him that shadows were just places where the light hadn't reached yet. "Yeah," she said. "I was worried about you." He smiled. Not the grin, the smile. Quiet, tired, real, the smile of someone who'd been through something terrible and come out the other side and found the person he trusted most waiting for him. "I'm okay," he said. "We're okay. You're okay." She repeated, and it sounded like a prayer she hadn't known she was saying. He passed out standing up. She caught him before he hit the floor, caught him the way she'd been catching him for months, with arms that were stronger than they looked and a grip that didn't let go. She carried him to the medical wing and sat beside his bed and didn't move until he woke up. The curse mark burned on her neck the entire time, and she ignored it with the focused, absolute contempt of a woman who had found something worth more than old pain.